Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2024. Before I go anywhere, I want to say shoutouts and thank yous to Ann Diddy, Atheru, Beaver McDeaver, Braddington, Bragwin, Kredzler, Dame Celeste, Frieza 2000, Game Geek, Il Lucolino, Jesse's Mask, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins, Melkor Blade, Mr. Red, Noctis X Soul, Noel, Peznator, Random Bystander Here, Ranzada, Reggie Brock, Shishki, Silence, Sonic Doctor, TSB, Vinaru, Zachariah Jebediah, Jinja Ninja, Jurun Grauman, Will King, person who put this game on the books, S.A. Ross, and our majority shareholders, Valerian Wraithwall, and like 80% of the funding of this game all came from Savicom. Thank you, all of you, very, very, very much for making this run happen. Hopefully this will be fun. I have no idea how these games are going to review. Oh, right. Do I have the bot going? Okay, so without further ado, I want you to mentally rewind with me for a moment. It's 1993. Capcom is currently going through their second big boom. Technically their third, but let's ignore that. So Capcom started out mostly as an arcade company, as many of the old game developers did. And they got a sub from Unicorn Scotch. So we're going to say thank you, Unicorn Scotch. Going towards Bug Fables, Wake Block, and God of War 4. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch. Always appreciate. And Happy New Year. Yeah, no, the first boom, which I'm not going to count as a boom, was the arcade. But the first real boom, the thing that really put Capcom on the map, was the NES era. The NES era, they got a lot of lucrative deals. Come on! They got a lot of lucrative deals back in the 80s and really started to get going. There's a reason they're so well known for doing so many Disney games, right? And of course, they had Bionic Commando, which sold well. They had Mega Man, which sold well. They had Ghosts and Goblins, which sold well. So every single one of them was doing very, very well. And they were actually like, yeah. And then this newfangled thing called the SNES came out. And they were like, yeah, we can't wait to develop for the SNES. So they started developing for the SNES. And that just, they hit the ground running with that. They ran it, they ported some of their franchises up. They started adding new franchises. They would have a third major update, third major boom, right around the PS1 era, when they would delve into a whole lot of other IPs. And I don't just call these booms because, you know, they were doing well financially. That's different. I call these booms because the company was really trying stuff, right? They were like, all right, we've got funding, we've got backing. What do we want to do? And this is how things like, like Resident Evil would come to be, or like how Devil May Cry came into being. But of course, rewinding back to the early 90s, 1993, what we have here is, let's make a JRPG. And JRPGs by this point had already proven their stability because of the juggernaut that was Dragon Quest III. Not a game that sold super well anywhere else, but a game that is still considered a massive icon over in Japan. So, yeah, we've talked about this a little bit before because we've covered Sea of Stars. Now, this is actually a great direct contrast. If you want to see what it's like when you have a company that has no idea what they're doing, jumping on the bandwagon, that's Sea of Stars. If you want to see a company that at least has an idea of what they're doing, that's going to be Breath of Fire 1. No matter how this reviews, I guarantee you it's going to be better than that crap, trash, garbage, drivel. Ugh. Anyways. So, point being, they said, let's do it. But there were two issues they had. The first issue was Secret of the Stars. God damn it. The one that came out in the early 90s. If Sea of Stars came out in the early 90s, we need to have a freaking talk about that. There was this prevailing attitude in Japan at the time that the Western market was not important. And there's definitely some cultural bias and some elitism baked into that, which I spit upon for the reasons I usually do. And I absolutely spit upon them with vitriol and bile for this attitude. You've probably heard of me talk about this before, because there was this concept where developers would be lied to about how well their game was selling overseas for no good reason, near as I could tell, just to maintain that idea that only Japan matters as far as a gaming market, which is a thing that has arguably never been true, but has only become less true as time goes on. This is something that's come up a lot, so forgive me for kind of repeating some ground we've already covered here. But the relevance here is, back in the day, Square Enix were kind of known as the kings of localizing outside of Japan. I know that sounds funny nowadays, given that one of the things that Square was known for was putting out crappy translations, but you gotta understand, they were still ahead of the pack in terms of quality of localization. All you have to do is look at all of the really, really badly localized games and RPGs that were coming out here in the States at the time to really understand what I'm talking about. Of which there are an innumerable number of examples. So, yeah. And again, Tom Cruise, the great evil of the world, right? You know. So, yeah, no, Square was still ahead of the pack, despite the fact that they were still not good localizers, and wouldn't be good localizers till the PS2 era with Final Fantasy XII. So they're like, okay, cool. Let's go ahead and reach out to Square. Because the attitude, this is true, I'm bonkered by this. The attitude was, you make a game and develop it for Japan, and then you throw a crappy translation on it to get a quick buck from the Western audience. If this sounds familiar, this is a very common strategy when it comes to game development. Let's make the game for X system, and then throw out a crappy port to rake in a few bonus sales. Don't spend any money on it. Don't really polish it or make it a good thing. Just throw it out there to make a quick buck. You know the mentality. So Square was very much in that mentality at this point in time. Yeah, Earthbound was a weird exception to all this. And Capcom was like, we don't even care. Like, Capcom cared so little about translating this for the West that there had to be like this cross-company deal where Square agreed to go ahead and take on the localization issues just so that Capcom could go ahead and port this out to the West. For those of you who don't understand how funny this is, this game series sold better in the West than in Japan. Anyways, that's true for several JRPG franchises, by the way, including Final Fantasy. Regardless of actual facts or figures, let's ignore all of reality for a second. This game was handed to Ted Woolsey. Yes, that Ted Woolsey. And told, make this playable. And he was like, okay, oh my god! And so that was a problem. And if so, the translation of this game has some issues, and I'll try to smooth over some of them as we go, because I've looked into this game. But the biggest and most obvious thing by far will be the items. Because, oh my god, there's so many cases. Like let's say I'm walking up and I loot a treasure chest and I get an MLBS1. What did I just loot? It's okay, because later, I wrote down another one that was a favorite of mine. Later I'll get the Life AR. If I'm really lucky, I'll get the Ice DR. Different thing. This game, oh my god. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into this, shall we? Make sure my notes are over here. Make sure the review document's over here. Yeah, that's how logo... They just slap their logo on there. All right. The sound font isn't good, as a lot of early SNES sound fonts were not good. But the core music underneath it is pretty legit in most cases. I remember this soundtrack reasonably well. And there's a bit of an anecdote about that I'll be sharing later, too. I'm sorry, one moment. I have to fix something. Yep, okay, left, down, right. B-A-Y-X, start, select. R, up, left, up, right, down, left. Okay, new game. We will call ourselves Ryu, because we are a dragon, and subtlety is for wusses. By the way, welcome to the stream, Babahaj. I do hope you enjoys. We'll go faster. Yep, nope, we're good. Wake up, warrior. Disaster has struck. We need the power of the dragon. You'll perish if you don't wake up. Man, imagine being such a heavy sleeper that you're asleep while your house is on fire. The village is engulfed in flames. Everything's burning. We must go. I mean, I'm sure there's some reason I don't know about Act. Really quick aside. Someone actually mentioned this. I think Crazy Norse just mentioned this. Imagine if this was, you know, an NES game instead of a SNES game like Secret of the Stars. I just point that out because for all of the crap that can be given to Capcom over the years, they never jumped into the SNES era and said, we're going to treat this like the NES. No. No, Capcom embraced the SNES, and the easiest way to explain this is by saying Mega Man X1. But even this particular game right here, you can tell just by looking at it, they have bothered for a depth of the usage of the graphics abilities that they get. Like you can see the palette shifting going on here, but also the sprites. It's not the best brickwork in the world, but this is still noticeably better than what you could accomplish on the NES. And I'm just pointing all this out because they saw this and they were like, ooh. Keep in mind, Capcom got started on the arcades, so they were happy to have better hardware. This building is safe from flames for the time being. We don't know what caused the fire. Luckily, the people here are safe. Fire's so intense, it doesn't seem natural. Let's go. Esma's magic will hold the flames long enough for us to escape. We woke up surrounded by flames. What have we done to deserve this? This building is safe from the flames, but for how long, I don't know. Those people are identical. Our faith is in Sarah, all caps. Her magic will keep us safe. Oh, the humanity. This is horrible. The dark dragons are outside of the village. We're surrounded. The dark dragon family is scheming against the other dragon families, of which there's one. That's actually a mistranslation. So they use the term clan to refer to species in the Breath of Fire series. So what they actually mean is that the black dragons are the black dragon species, the tribe is, or clan, excuse me, is conspiring against the other clans. You might think, is there any species difference between the dark dragons and the light dragons? Actually, no, although we'll talk about that later. I heard that Zog, the dark dragon king, vowed to conquer the world. His first target is the light dragons. Zog is an evil fool. Why are they trying to destroy us? Because someone was bored. Not a joke. Zog fears us. He doesn't know that we've lost the power of the dragon. I won't sit by while they attack us. I say we act now. If we can't escape, there's only one thing to do. Fight! The best pixel art style game I've ever played or reviewed, Act? Probably Soten. Or Shovel Knight, or Celeste, or a bunch of other games, but it's Final Fantasy VI or Chrono Trigger. Moving on. I must use my magic against the forces of evil. Let's go! Wait. We are too weak. Our group will be devastated by their powerful army. Yeah, us 10 survivors need to keep the bloodline pure. We can't give up. Let's show them the spirit of the dragon. Come on, Sarah, let's go. No, I must do my part on my own. Petrify. What have you done? I've turned him to stone so the fire will not affect him. Remember our mission as members of the Light Dragons. Stone or not, they'll still find us. Mass petrify. No, why does it have to be you? We've suffered enough. I will take care of the Dark Dragons. Be strong. When you're a warrior, you will bring peace to the world. Take care, may the power of the Light Dragon prevail. I'll try to distract the Dark Dragons. Unnecessary to... I feel so bad for Woolsey. You did a good job, buddy. Hey, someone's there. She has the power of the dragon. Take her to the commander. Well, search the area later. We must take care of her now. Sir, we've captured a light dragon. You set fire to our peaceful community. What do you gain from this? She has a point. My orders were to eliminate all light dragons. I always follow orders. I'm just doing my job. Please don't blame me. Whoa! Our village has been destroyed. Wow. You're strong. Come on! Maybe you'd do better, Sarah, if your lightning wasn't so slow. I can't let you interfere with Zog's plans. Nothing poisonal. By the way, I know the book changes some specific things about the story. I'll talk about that as we get there. Obviously, the book has nothing to do with the game. I'm just going to share it for anecdote's sake. We will stop you! I don't think so. We have the goddess keys. Goddess keys? You're a pretty good scrapper. Too bad you're on the wrong side. Don't come any closer. There is, in fact, a novelization of this game, yes. What will you do with Miria? For the sake of clarity, I'm going to translate it as Miria, because that is a mistranslation. Just to be very clear about that. What will you do with Miria, the goddess? It's all over. Take this, slime! You didn't even flinch. Come on. Is that all you've got? Ha! 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 When the dragon family was at the peak of its power, a goddess of desire appeared. The goddess, Miria, granted wishes. The dragons fought each other for her power. Miria encouraged the fighting and watched the war between the dragons escalate. When the world was at the brink of destruction, a warrior stepped forwards. Oh, she's a dick, yeah. Big Rule Zero violator. The warrior battled Miria with his 7 companions and locked her up using 6 keys. These goddess keys were scattered throughout the world and hidden away. The light dragons balanced the power of the family. And peace reigned again. Yeah, that's a phrase. Actually, no, I mean, there's bits of it that are unskippable, but it's actually pretty skippable for the most part. Like most SNES RPGs are. It'll probably still get the 1 token negative for it, as all SNES RPGs will. What's going on? What happened to Sarah? Sarah saved us. Chief, you don't think we should fight for Sarah? We renounced the dragons. Their battles aren't ours. We must fight for Sarah and for the pride of the light dragons. We must think of survival. Soon this place will be in ruins. No! Damn it, Talia, you had to say something. The warrior of the dragon is only a myth. We must escape. Now. I know I should try to stop you, Ryu, but I can't! My sciatica is acting up. Take this. It's not much, but you can use it for equipment. April of 1993. By the way, so now that I finally have a bit of a pause point. First, thank you for the subs. Let's see, hang on. I saw 2 come in there. Where's my log? There it is. Thank you, Babahosh. Always appreciate the support. If you want to put that towards up to 3 games for future streams, please let me know. Hey, Hazardous. Happy New Year's, hopefully. Hey, Morganites guys. Thank you as well for the sub. Much appreciated. And I was about to say hi, Melgor. New trading. Well, it's only a few hours old at this point. Oof. Well, either way, thank you, Melkorblade. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, Undertale was a fluke. Oh no, by the way, it's not exactly the same, but if this sound font sounds familiar, then you've played a Capcom game before. Now, it's not the same as, say, Mega Man X1, which had a very unique sound font, or Mega Man X3, which had a unique sound font. But if you've played Mega Man X2, this should sound a little bit more familiar. Okay, so Melkor's putting it towards, whoops. Trails, Inley Skyblock, Star Ocean 2R, and Rayman Legends. Obviously the ARC Troopers. So, I mean, yeah, the soundtrack is actually pretty banger in Breath of Fire 2. Things I don't want to go into right now, So, the trying to maintain a train of thought here. Despite how bad that cutscene we just saw was, it's not a bad cutscene. I know that sounds so strange, but you can actually see and tell how there's actual design put into it. I don't know how to better to put that. Like, it is badly localized, obviously, and it is held back by lack of understanding of the system and what to do with it. But at the same time, you could tell that there is actual effort put into it. Obviously, like, the fight scene was ridiculous, and the dialogue during it is ridiculous. And yet, there is still effort put into specific details, like having the soldiers searching the town while the narration box was putting over was actually a nice touch. In fact, there's an interesting little implication there, too, if you caught it. So Jade goes down to fight Sarah, we pan away before the fight is over, and then later on, we see Jade alone arrive, which immediately is like, okay, we don't have to show that Jade won that fight. We know because he's the only one walking away from it. However, because there is, believe it or not, some actual foreshadowing in this game, we see that Jade does a couple of things which don't make sense at the time and only make more sense in hindsight. For example, he's the one who calls off the search of the town, allowing us to survive, and he takes one last look at the room we're in before he leaves, almost assuredly knowing that we're here at the time. Just some interesting little details like that. It's not the best thing in the world, I don't want to overpraise, but I do want to point out the actual effort on display here. Between that and the fact that this intro actually kind of works for me, I'm going to give an intro positive. Just the one, I think. It's an interesting way to start it off. You know, hey, wake up. Your house is on fire. Oh my god, the evil ones are attacking. All right, let's go fight them before our doomed hometown is destroyed. But actually, that's not quite what happens. First of all, everybody survives, thanks to some actually smart usage of magic. And then the NPCs will actually be somewhat relevant past the starting, you know, few seconds. And just, it plays with it a little bit in ways that I appreciate. So, with it, I am also going to jot down probably a single music positive. And that's probably all it's going to get if we're being honest with ourselves. But moving on. Let's go loot the chest. 300 gold. We'll stay here. Come back if you need a rest. I mean, it's probably the best scene in the game, unless you count the Nina scene, you know, the one. Or, no, I think that's probably the only other one that really challenges it. Oh yeah, by the way, this is Breath of Fire, which is modeled more after Dragon Quest than it is after Final Fantasy. The relevance there is that this is a dark game. It's only been a few hours, Zekta. So that's a MRBL3. You can travel while avoiding enemies with this item. Yeah, so this is a weird one. In an era in which random encounters are a plague upon JRPGs, the literal first town in the game sells a piss-cheap item to just avoid encounters. It sells repel sprays, to put it simply. Just interesting to think about that they put that early. They also sell healing items for surprisingly cheap, which is also kind of strange for this particular era. And, you know, a few other items, but now, we're not going to use that, to be very clear. I just wanted to point out that it's interesting that they actually bothered to put the repel thing that early and that cheap. We are going to grab some herbs, though. Whoops, wrong thing. Oh yeah, I should probably mention. So there's the menu. I've seen worse. We start off with some junk, to be very blunt. No abilities or spells, like, whatsoever. And very, very, very basic stats. That's going to be true for a while. We are not going to be able to do anything other than basic fighting for a minute. I'll talk about that more in a moment, though. I noticed they have a trade option. We naturally cannot afford that. You know, to this day, I'm not sure I've ever encountered a JRPG with a worse encounter rate than Breath of Fire 2. And I'm not saying that hyperbolically. I think it actually is the king of bad encounter rates. So, no, I think BoF 2 actually has worse encounter rate than Lufia 1. And I know it has worse than Quest 64. Yeah, so you could tell Capcom was kind of pushing themselves in the art department. Oh, hello. I'll take that. I was going to talk about a couple of things. I wasn't going to talk about the sprite work, although, honestly, look at that battle backdrop. It's not the best in the world. In fact, you can tell it's kind of thrown together a little bit. But you can see how some actual effort was put into making the grass look somewhat varied. There are quite a few different shades of the green there. And we do see a little bit of the dirt poking out. There's little bits of flowers here and there. There's some actual weeds. There's a couple of rocks. And we've got the moving ocean, like the river, kind of going by on the side there to give some animation to it. But then we have the combat interface. So one of my biggest negatives about this game is the way they do menuing. Eventually you get used to it, but I don't like walking in as a new player. You see sword, AB, run, ST, up, or side. If you're sitting down playing a JRPG for the first time or playing this RPG for the first time, the only things here that are obvious are sword and run. The rest of it is... I'm pretty sure this is actually auto battle. Yep, I am correct. Now, auto battle is... It's really, really basic. It's just auto attack. It's the most fundamentally basic type of auto attack you can have, or auto battle you can have. But, believe it or not, this might actually be, and I wasn't able to 100% verify this, but this might be the first JRPG that had an auto battle system. And you can do that on most of these enemies because there's nothing else to do at this level. You have no abilities whatsoever, so everything is auto-fighting anyways. Which leads me into the topic I was about to talk about. An ant dot. Possibly tell you. Like I said, if this isn't the first, it's certainly one of the first, but you know how it is. It's hard. You have to go back to it. Oh yeah, by the way, X does nothing. You have to hit select in order to pull up the menu. Early battles. So, I usually like to use Kingdom Hearts as my example of this particular concept. Kingdom Hearts 1. But Kingdom Hearts 1 sucks and is the worst game ever made. It's the worst game. It sucks. There we go, finally. God. Kingdom Hearts 1 really sucks to play early on. I would not blame people who picks up Kingdom Hearts 1 and thinks, wow, this is a really basic, boring JRPG. Even though that's fundamentally wrong. Kingdom Hearts 1 actually has a fairly complex combat system under the hood. Not as complex as later Kingdom Hearts games like 2 or 3, but nevertheless, there is a lot of depth to it. But you wouldn't know that early on, because early on what you have access to is the ability to jump, and then the ability to swing. That's it. By the way, yes, you can cancel auto battle, as I just described, as I just showcased. Anyways, and that's the problem. This is a problem with the overwhelming majority of games in general. Now, different games over different years have come up with different tricks in order to try to... it's actually okay if I die here, weirdly enough. In order to try and make it so that the player doesn't want to put the game down as soon as they start the game. Hey, we got a crit. Yay, level 2. One of those concepts is the idea of the taste of power, which we've talked about a few times. A taste of power is when you start off and it's like you're level 50 and you have super mega abilities and you're like, yes, behold the power, and then something happens and you lose access to that. Maybe you were doing a flash forwards, maybe it was actually a flash back, like it happens in Luffy 1. Maybe it's like, you got hit by this thing and you're on the verge of death and you've lost all your abilities. You know, there's all kinds of ways that they can do that kind of thing. But Taste of Power is a good concept and has been around for quite a while, as Luffy 1 can attest to. If you don't have the Taste of Power, all you have is the ability to auto-attack. And notice we still currently only have the ability to attack and nothing else. Now, hopefully we will die in this battle. Yes, there is a day and a night cycle. I don't actually remember what it affects off the top of my head. There's even an item you get to turn it to day or nighttime later. Or we could just kill them. That's cool. That's cool. That's what I wanted to happen. Let's try that again. You notice the encounter rate isn't nearly as bad as in later games, though, like I was just talking about. It's not great, but it's not bad. Oh my god. Kill me! Kill me, damn you! Okay, we'll venture further astray. Oh. Yeah, it's actually funny. I can't remember which game it was, but someone was like, oh my god, it's so crazy. that there's a day-night cycle in this game, and I love it. What a new and inventive concept, and I had to point out that Castlevania 2 exists. And their response was, what's Castlevania 2? Not that I blame people for not wanting to remember that Castlevania 2 exists. Ugh, we're dead. Oh, we're back. You may notice we're still level 3, which is the level that we were at before we lost. And we also notice all of our equipment's still there. Now, where is it? I don't know where the hell it keeps track of it. Oh, there it is. God, it was under the menu. So, just to demonstrate really quickly here. So as you can see, we did have more money before we died. See? So, yeah, Dragon Quest rules. The only real penalty for failure for dying is losing money and going back to your previous spot. I know, that sounds like such a minor thing, but honestly, that's another quality of life feature that just kind of puts this game weirdly ahead of the pack when it comes to game design. Now, none of that really surprises me. This is an RPG by Capcom. What was Capcom known for back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s? Gameplay. Bingo. They were known for gameplay. Funnily enough, the story of this game is there. And I don't want to say it's bad. But no, Breath of Fire was clearly made by people who are big on gameplay and not people who are typical JRPGs. And I know this is going to sound like a really strange statement, but good. One of the things I have railed against for literally decades at this point, and this came up just this last year, is this weird idea that RPGs, it's okay if RPGs have bad gameplay because who cares, it's an RPG. I've heard that idea expressed in so many different ways, but always boils down to the same thing. You go to an RPG for the story, not for the gameplay, so screw it if the gameplay sucks. Now, Breath of Fire 1 isn't exactly going to be knocking my socks off or anything like that. First of all, I'm not wearing socks, and second of all, that's ridiculous. But it is interesting that they approached this game with what I can only refer to as a gameplay-first mentality, because I think it helped. I think it helped the game in general. We will see how this develops as we go through the franchise. Our hometown, Nanai, has been occupied by the Dark Dragons. The Dark Dragon forces have invaded our land. They now control Nanai. Ryu, we should fight! When I was in Nanai, monsters kicked me out. Okay. We've escaped one dangerous situation only to face another. The castle's been occupied by putrid monsters. We need a strong fighter to chase the creatures from the castle. What are we gonna do about these stinking monsters? You can always tell it's Woolsey. He has such a unique writing style. That's not a dig at all. It's just, you can always feel his fingerprints on a game he's translated. Let's go smash Kefka, right? The Dark Dragon family destroyed my kingdom. I must now rebuild. I don't fear the Dark Dragons. You want us to go up against monsters? You're crazy! I shared it on Steam, or on Discord, excuse me, Act. So, let's talk about one part of gameplay that Breath of Fire 1 sucks at. Dungeon design. Now, you'd think people who are used to level design would know how to do dungeon design. But this is actually a fascinating example of how level design and dungeon design are very, very different concepts. What makes a good dungeon does not necessarily coincide with what makes a good level, and this is just... This place. There's... Now, the best part is, the dungeon design gets worse in the next game. We'll get there. I need to stop talking up Breath of Fire 2. I apologize. However, in the interest of fairness, you'll notice that this first dungeon does include something that they pretty much straight up borrowed from Final Fantasy, which is the idea of having an instant free full heal available in the first dungeon. It's there to help the player get used to combat and give a safe spot to recover from. And it kind of encourages them to, like, have a fallback position, right? You go here, oh, I'm falling back. Fall back, fall back. Lots of JRPGs do this. Secret of Mana does this. Several Final Fantasy games do this. Hell, this is something I see in PS2 games. We'll see, Dark Day, because we'll be reviewing it. We'll get to 2. I should stop talking about 2. That's my bad. I apologize. Violating my own rule of talking ahead of myself. I should mention something. Ryu has an interesting little side consequence of being more vulnerable to status effects than anyone else in the game. Obviously, later we'll get party members, but right now it's just us, so that means we tend to get status effect really hard. This doesn't really matter until we get to some of the later boss fights, at which point you will really start to be irritated by the fact that Ryu will constantly be getting hit by status effects, including death. In this game, it's called Shock, but Shock has a near 100% success rate to hit Ryu, to give you an idea how bad this is. Oh no, it's a creep! It's someone who buys a specific beer. And honestly, this is dungeon design in BoF 1 in a nutshell. I don't have anything else to add to this. To my knowledge, I've never figured out why it's a thing, Darkman's Remnant. It just is. Anyways, you've got boring, samey corridors, and then occasionally there's dead ends which have like waist-high wall barriers preventing you from progressing, and that's it. That's dungeon design in BoF 1. Now, we're not really going to grind, per se, but we're also not going to be running from any fights, and hopefully we're not going to be cheating. I don't think we'll need to cheat in BoF 1. I really don't. We might. That's always on the table, especially for an older game like this. We will absolutely be cheating in BoF 2. Because screw that. No, exactly, Blade Jamal. It was a very, very common dungeon design. But I just feel like pointing out, and I don't want to overpraise a game that also has gameplay issues, but Final Fantasy IV on the SNES, which does predate this, had better dungeon design than this. Thank you, Nightwing. Always appreciate those subs. Now, unfortunately, I have to take an old man break here really quick, but I'm going to write that down really quick. Knock. Swinge. To BRPG block. Stellaris and Republic. Oh no, the walkthroughitis negative is guaranteed. The only question is how many. Because by memory, BoF 2 has worse walkthroughitis. But in the spirit of the game we're reviewing right now, here's another soundtrack that came out in the very same year this game came out. I'll be right back. Bragman can usually handle that kind of a thing. Game Geek. How are the sandwiches, Bragman? My favorite thing, I do apologize. My favorite thing about comparing these two soundtracks is Mega Man X1 has one of the best soundtracks, like, ever. And, Breath of Fire 1 does not. One funny thing Capcom did, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later. Contradiction, Homeworld block, Alan Wake block. Thank you, Vesnator. One thing that amuses me about it, Capcom had a weird policy when it came to music and composition. They wouldn't hand it off to one composer. They'd hand it off to like 5. And that was just kind of their standard policy, was, okay, you 5 people, take a song, have fun with it, and go for it, right? And that was just the overall approach. That was just how they did things. So Mega Man 3 has like 3 or 4 composers, and Mega Man 5 has like 6 composers, and so forth and so on. I might be mixing up the specific numbers there, but you get the general idea. Thank you, Oculus. Always appreciate if you give me a moment. I will jot that down. 4. Pathfinder. Raw, the Righteous. Plague. Failed 2. And Jedi Survivor. Happy New Year. Anyways, this game is no different. I believe this one had 5 composers, including one composer I hope to point out later, because they only made one song. Ooh, a bronze sword. Moving up in the world. I should mention that, like most JRPGs of this era, this game also practices experience splitting. What that means, of course, is a mob gives X amount of experience, and then the amount of party members alive at the end of the battle split that experience between them. I've always hated that system, just for the record. I get why some people like it, and those people are wrong. They're wrong, and they're dumb, and they're stupid. Sorry. What I meant to say was that I politely and respectfully disagree with the concept of preferring such a system. It does also mean that certain parts of this specific game can get a little bit weird. Because, obviously, the early part is designed around you just having Ryu, and we will only have Ryu for a decent chunk of the early part of the game here. But later on, it counts all your party members, even the ones not actively fighting. So, the X gets split quite a few ways. Or, you could wait for one of the cutscene moments, where you're like, you're all alone, and then you could go and kill things by yourself. Which, can work. Whether it's a good thing or not is kind of debatable. Lovely dungeon design, really. You know what this You know what this game's dungeon design reminds me of? Suikoden. And that's not a good thing. Like, that's not a good thing. I should also mention, speaking of the level design and dungeon design. Hey, Gigapudding. Happy New Year's. One of the most of the design team came from another franchise they'd already been working on. So, these people were vets. They were already experienced with game. This wasn't new developers. What team do you think came over? If you know, stay quiet. But what team, which franchise under Capcom's purview do you think moved over to make Breath of Fire? One, at least. I'm not sure if they were involved in two. Yeah, we'll go with that. Castlevania was actually Konami. Sorry. Talia has the right of it. It was actually the Ghosts and Goblins team, of all people. Now, what's doubly weird about that is Ghosts and Goblins is infamous for being what I can only refer to as badly designed in a way that's kind of deliberate because they wanted it to be as unfair and brutal as possible. But thank you, H. Markley, for the sub. Yeah. Very, very, very much. Hang on. Shh. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know, and I will jot it down as such. No, I have no idea, Shihali. Really. I'll be right back. Anyways. Listen, I'm not a teacher, Crazy Nurse. I can't get away with that. Oh my god, Gigapudding. I'll be able to tell who you are for once. I promised I wouldn't cry when this day finally came. Alright, so we're at the end of the dungeon. Let's do this. Oh yeah, by the way. Chests can be trapped. When did Azura's Wrath come out, Mr. Red? That asshole poisoned me right at the end. And you're probably thinking, so what? Just heal yourself. Oh, thank God, we actually do have an antidote. We just got one. Oof, okay, we're okay, we're okay. You have no reason to be in my castle. Roo, get out. Slimeless humans, you think you can drive me out? Go ahead, try. I got this with the only ability I have. Auto attack. Aw. Well, I don't know if that's a suck thing or not, Crazy Horse, but I'm glad you have a new job lined up. Actually, Universe Sim has been on my radar for a while, Giga. Of course, it's not out yet, but, you know. Once it comes out. I don't want to be dismissive, but this is the first boss fight in the game, and it reminds me more of, like... I don't know. Frog seems alright. Oh yeah, that's another thing that Breath of Fire 1 likes to do. Virtually every boss in the entire game, and I do mean like every boss in the game, has a second health bar that's invisible, that activates, you know, once you've killed their first health bar. I don't know why. I don't know why they went that route with it. You call it a phase 2, but they don't change, you know? So there's no difference. It's just more health. I underestimated your strength, warrior. Yay. It's especially egregious on Zog. But we'll get there when we get there. Oh, an F to STN. My favorite. Yeah, exactly, Shihali. That's what I was going to say. Like, it's not literally every boss, but the foul air is filtered out and fresh air is coming into the castle. Yay. Can I go get those chests? Can I get those chests, please? No, imagine if there was only the green bar, but once the green bar empties, there's another green bar after it. It's a little better way to explain that. Yeah, in Kingdom Hearts 1, you could just kind of see how many health bars they have by the color of the health bar. As it, you know, as you just described. Now, it's okay. Surely they made an exit for us, right? So we don't have to walk all the way out of the entire dungeon. Right? Like, that's what they did, is they made us a shortcut so we can... What's really irritating is there's no encounters now, which isn't irritating. Actually, that's a good thing. But it just makes this even more weird. Yeah, that's why I mentioned Zog specifically, Shihali. Because, yeah, Zog just has another 100% health bar just sitting there like a dick. Hate that fight. It's not even a hard fight, it's just irritating. Yeah, so if it's not obvious, this is absolutely getting the first game tag. It shows. That being said, I remember being fond of this game. I should probably admit, to my shame, I haven't actually played this game since, like, 2008 or something like that. It's been a minute. And that was the last time I played. I've only played all the way through the game like 2 or 3 times. So I'm not as familiar with it as I'd like to be. No, the first time I played through the game was 1994, when it came out in the States. Oh yeah, by the way, to really emphasize that whole get a quick buck for cheap mentality that Japan had at the time, Japan developers had at the time, this game took a goddamned year to come out in the States. In fact, it took over a year. April of 93 to August of 94. You defeated the monsters. You're not a false hero. Who are you? That scar. It looks familiar. What a shocker. The Dark Dragons must have the Quake Control. There's a hidden palace in the Nanai dungeon. Find the Quake Control. Please go there and put an end to these quakes. That's a hell of a quest hook. The story sequencing in this game is... not. I think is the simplest way to phrase that. It's not. I forget if it was 93 or 94, but one of them was just a doom year when it came to SNES JRPGs. I forget the whole list, but like we got Chrono Trigger, FF6, Secret of Mana, BoF 2, I believe. What else? We got a bunch, like just Lufia 2, I think, was in that bundle as well. And it was just bam, bam, bam. Oh, no. I bash Breath of Fire several times, which I'm unapologetic for. But, god dang, come on. So let's write down some notes. So, obviously the localization is not good. We've got, let's see here. Oh yeah, Illusion of Gaia, which I wouldn't actually qualify as an RPG, but I'm not going to argue the semantics because it still counts, right? It was still a story-focused SNES game that came out at about that same era. Let's see. And Secret of Evermore. Yeah. Let's see here. Well, you see, Trihexa, it's because Secret of Evermore is... I mean, it's... Any questions? Well, you see, Talia said, Secret of Evermore is... it's actually not that bad. The reason I'm kind of playing it up for humor, but Secret of Evermore is weird. And in some ways, it's a good weird, and in some ways, it's not. I will not be shy about the fact that I'm not a big fan of Secret of Evermore, but I don't hate it. It's just... And I will admit, a lot of that comes from the first time I played Secret of Evermore, which was immediately on the heels of playing Secret of Mana, which I loved. So going straight from SOM to SOE was kind of a... And I know what you're thinking. Oh, it's because of the story. No. No, the story's fine in Secret of Evermore. But the gameplay is just... Like, on the surface level, it's just another Secret of Mana. But it really, really isn't. Like, fundamentally, the way it handles things like encounter design, or melee combat, or spell construction, or party AI, or enemy design, it is a completely different animal. Pun intended. It also has Jeremy Seul, which I think was either his first game or one of his first games. I forget which. It was very early on in his career, though. It's just about to write... story sequencing. I believe the Terranigma review is current, Dr. Winter. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it is. It also has a dog, so that's an automatic negative. If you don't know who Jeremy Sewell is, then you've never heard of a game by Bethesda. In fact, here, let me just make this really, really, really clear very quickly. This is Jeremy Sewell. That's about right, Ross. I thought so. I still like the Morrowind version of this theme the best. Although, having said that, I don't remember what ESO sounds like. So I don't know if I can speak to that. Toss me it on Discord, Giga. I'll listen to it later. I mean, pretty much, Loner. Most of them, yeah, endlessness. I talked about this earlier. This was a bit of an outlier because by this point, Capcom had really started to expand themselves. They wanted to start doing new markets, new concepts, new genres. And Capcom was well established by this point. So they threw themselves into the RPG market in the SNES era, and they used the power and hardware of the SNES to kind of run with it and play with it. And again, lean on the combat, as I mentioned. Oh, that was what I was going to jot down. Viscerality. No, Pika. But thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Anyways, that's Jeremy Sewell, if you're wondering. And I know people get irritated when I don't update the HUD. One of these days, I'm going to come up with a way to automatically update the HUD. It's got to be possible. Whoops. I don't know how, but it's got to be possible somehow. But I associate Capcom more with RPGs or platformers. Let me go ask my Mega Man pixel art I've got over there about that. Okay. So we've saved the castle. Yay! Well, let's move on to the next town. Still by ourselves, still have no abilities, by the way. We've done an entire dungeon. And our first quest, functionally, we still have no party members, and nothing we can do other than use an item or fight. We can counterattack. I don't count that, but Dakota is technically correct. We do have the ability to counterattack. Or Devil May Cry, Dark Prince Revan. Yeah, I know Capcom has really been throwing themselves into two franchises lately. Resident Evil and Monster Hunter. And I spit on them. Patooey! No offense to anybody who likes them, but like... It is a passive ability, Blade to All. He also has a decent crit chance. I guess Street Fighter's kind of doing its own thing, but like Capcom's... There's two broad strategies when it comes to what you focus on in game development. You can, and this is very, very simple to explain. You can build wide or you can build tall. Building wide is obvious. You have lots of different IPs which you stretch out your resources across, so you have more people coming from more niche markets, and even though like every game isn't selling as well as the other games, you're selling a lot of different games to a lot of different people. Building tall is when you focus all your time and effort onto 1 or 2 or 3 pillar games, and you try to make sure that they sell to as many people as possible, and that's cool. Sure, whatever. Hang on, Pika. I vetoed Valhalla. There's the short answer. Anyways, building tall can work financially, but it's almost always discouraging from the perspective of us, the players, because it means if you're not a particular fan of where they're going, or if a particular game doesn't land for you, well, that sucks to be you for a nice long chunk of time too. You know, it's like, hey, this, you know, if you don't like Grand Theft Auto 5, for example, then that's a good, 10 years of no games coming out of Rockstar, for example. No Bully, no Red Dead, no nothing, just psh. Actually, I don't think it's 10 years, I think it's like 8 years, but whatever, you get my point. And yeah, Blizzard usually build tall as well. So anyways, Capcom has been building tall. And so they've been focusing tons and tons of resources and effort on 2 IPs, which is Resident Evil and Monster Hunter. Now, they do have a couple other IPs that are moving at least, so that's nice. But, you know, from an indie perspective, tall is probably the way to go. You know, you make Stardew Valley, and then you make Haunted Chocolatier, right? Or you make Undertale, and then you make Deltarune. From the perspective of a big company, it's frustrating as hell. Because, yeah, Capcom has been squatting. Just squatting on so many IPs, and refusing to do anything for any of them for a huge period of time, and it's extraordinarily frustrating. Name, right now, name a Capcom franchise that you love, that you wish would come back, that isn't, and probably never will. You got it, Pika. Thank you. Yeah, Breath of Fire is a perfectly good answer to that question. You know, the game we're playing right now. Darkstalkers is a good answer. Chaos Legion is a good answer. Dino Crisis. I know quite a few people who are really fond of Dino Crisis. Marvel vs. Capcom. Yeah, that's basically dead. You know mine. Mega Man. Oh man, the Disney platformer era was great. Even Little Mermaid was a good game. I think I've told this story before, but for those of you who haven't heard it, so I used to live in walking distance of a game rental place, which was awesome. And then I used to get bits from Killer Bean, which was awesome. Thank you, Killer Bean. Happy New Year's. Always appreciate. If you want to put that towards up to 4 things, please let me know. And by 4 things, I mean 3 things. Sorry. Because you donated $4 and you can put it to... Yeah, the DuckTales Remaster was legit. I highly recommend it for anybody who hasn't played it. The voice acting is hit and miss because of the fact that, you know, they insisted on getting the original voice actors, which was problematic in several cases. But the game was awesome. Yeah, Lion King, DuckTales, Little Mermaid, that's the story I was going to say. So I used to live in walking distance of a rental place, and so I used to rent games all the time. And I went out there. It does, Blade to Ball. Yes, Melkor Blade. Yeah, the Mickey Mouse games were good too. And they were like, I needed something, and I just needed something for the weekend. And I was like, ugh. I just need something. And I was going down the list, and nothing was really jumping out at me. You know, I say going down the list. I was walking down the rows, looking at the shelves, and something jumped out at me. The box art jumped out at me, and I was like, what's that? And I'm like, Little Mermaid? That's got to be a terrible game. And I mentally, like, internally laughed at it, like the elitist dickhead idiot that I was, and I moved on. And then, like, 20 minutes later, I still hadn't found a game that jumped out at me, and I was like, screw it. So I went ahead and I rented Little Mermaid. Now, I beat it in like 4 hours, but still, it was surprisingly fun. And of course it was, in hindsight, because it was by Capcom. Capcom at their height. You know, Capcom when they were just firing on all pistons. I believe it's on the NES block X, but don't quote me on that. I'm sorry, Sputnik Lock. I don't see a donation from you. Unless you're Killer Bean, in which case, ignore me. Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, like, so what happened there, Killer Bean, was you donated, and I said thank you, and then I said you could put it towards things. And then Sputnik Lock, in direct reaction to that, said, oh, I forgot, put it to the BRPG block. And I'm like... So you can see the confusion here, right? The sequence of events. Gotcha, okay. So, Sputnik Lock towards... BRPG block. Got it. Anyways. Why is Valhalla vetoed? So yeah, let me give a proper answer to Pika about why we're not playing God of War 5 Valhalla. Okay, and it's done. There we go. We have just functionally reviewed it. One gameplay positive for a minigame mode. That's it. It's a frickin' endless, like, roguelite go combat for a while in a game I hated the combat of. It's not technically vetoed in like the gross like it's not technically something that I can't play. It's even free, as was already pointed out. I just have negative interest in it. I do not care. And I have 1,000 other things to do with my time rather than go do some stupid roguelite thing. So, I'm just going to say no. I don't care enough. I don't want to play it. You're never going to get it funded anyways. Let's just move on. Let's just all accept that we're not playing God of War 5 Valhalla and move on. Yeah, like, okay, here you go. Here's plus to story, and here's negative to gameplay. Let's move on. Like, at some point, I do need to pull the trigger on not, burning time on things that aren't really worth said time. You got it, Killer Bean. So let's see. We've got, I think, 2 Deus Exes on the list right now. Could someone check for me, please? That's a good question. Does it have an endpoint, or is it just grind until we're done? Well, yeah, but... okay, so, as a fresh reminder, you could put things towards up to 3 things. There's no consequence or detriment for doing so. So since we have more than one Deus Ex thing on the book, I was going to put it towards all of them. Revision and Human Revolution. That's what I thought. Okay, so Deus Ex Revision, Deus Ex Human Revolution. Alright, so this is a good time as I need to mention that I am lost. I'm not sure how to progress at this point. And of course, there is no in-game map that I'm aware of. Now, the good news is we are so far over-leveled for this area that all of this is just a waste of time. The bad news is that we are so over-leveled that all of this is just a waste of time. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up a map rather than waste more time. Speaking of wasting time... what's the next objective? You don't know what kind of game this is, do you? Buddy. Okay, so... where are we? Yeah, the next objective is whatever we run into next. Yeah, maps and walkthroughs generally do not count as a cheat flag, by the way. Technically, our next objective is to find and stop the Quake machine. Good luck figuring out any about how, where, and how that is. Okay, that's not helpful. Let's try this map. The only question here, Loner, is how many walkthrough itis negatives it gets. Okay, so it looks like it wants us to go over there? Like, that's the routing it seems to be sending us towards. Hang on. I'm probably just blind, dumb, stupid, worthless, terrible, ugly, and no good. But I don't remember if Breath of Fire 1 came with a walkthrough in the box. I think I know what it is. I think I know what I did wrong. And it is just me missing something. But at the same time, screw this game and everything about it. No, I'm wrong. Oh! Okay, I think I know what I did wrong. I assumed that that was a wall, but I think it's actually a door. Weird sentences you never say until you get into video gaming. Yeah, I actually tried to get Invisible War working, but I couldn't get... Yeah, it was a door. It was a door. And now it's a wall. Okay. Time to pull up an actual straight-up walkthrough at this point, because I thought that's where I was supposed to go. I was wrong. Okay, so we beat the frog. Yep, okay, cool. Oh my god. We have to go in at nighttime. Oh yeah, so if you're discovered, you're immediately kicked out. So, this is the stealth section. Keep in mind, we could probably kill these guards at this point, even at our level. As is true in most stealth sections. The answer to, why can't we just fight, is, shut up. No, that's a gameplay negative, Dark Monster. You know what? Fair enough, Edelritter. Wow, that is really expensive. A lot of gear for Nina, who isn't even in the party yet. I guess we'll heal while we're here. I guess we won't heal while we're here. I guess we'll loot while we're here. Yeah, everybody else is just sleeping on the ground. Zog, what are you doing to your troops? Jesus. Let them have a good night's rest in a bed. I know they're part dragon and all, but oof. Yeah, we're already breaking and entering, right? That's the benefit of being against the evil empire. It doesn't really matter what crimes you commit, because you're already considered, like, an enemy of the state, so you can do whatever the hell you want to. Oh, let's go this way, then. Behold, the infinite abyss. It calls to me. It speaks my name. It whispers upon the winds of creation. Sorry. Someone do me a favor. When did FF5 come out? Originally, in the Japanese version. Hang on a second. '92, so it did predate this. Ah, thank you for remembering. Thank you. The reason I bring that up is because, to my knowledge, FF5 was... Whoop. God dang it, I even saw him, and I just... To my knowledge, FF5 was the first JRPG that actually introduced a sprint mechanic. By having the thief in the party and having the certain ability. FF6 would later run with that concept with the sprint shoes, and a lot of other JRPGs would then have things like, you know, sprint shoes or sprint button or whatever. But I bring all of that up because that means that the concept of sprinting in a JRPG existed before this game. Now I know what you're thinking, but Breath of Fire 2 has a sprint function. And I'm going to have to remind you that you just reminded me that Breath of Fire 2 exists. Which means by default I now have to feed you to the sharks. I'm very sorry about this. Okay, so we're already in there. Does it want us to go in there? I guess we could. Okay, hang on, let's do that. Yeah, Pokemon took until Gen 3, which is GBA era, which is well after this, to finally add the sprint shoes. Which is just a decision that can be made by weird people. Oh, come on! That should... Yeah, in Lupia 2, you just ran by default. That's true. Pokemon Gen 1 did have the bicycle. I don't remember how it played in the original, though. Okay, there we go. Okay, we did it! Dungeon number 2. Yes, we're already up to that. Yep, that's the kind of place I want to go into. I wonder what's in here. Like, I'm sorry. Really put this into perspective. We're in the middle of a town. We enter, like, the central... we enter the central fortress, right? And we go down one step into a rock cave littered with bones.
Sounds like the place I want to live.
Yeah, can I just set up shop here? Oh yeah, no, this is exactly where I want to live in my life.
I agree.
Real quick, right or down?
I guess down?
Okay, down it is. Listen, you can't use this here, Dr. Winter. Notice that our enemy profile has only gone up 2 steps the entire game so far. That's actually a good thing, because once again, remember, we're still stuck with one party member. And that party, they just really, really love to poison us. Don't worry, the rope bridges over the lava are fine.
I'm wondering how they haven't caught on fire.
They're fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
How have you not caught on fire?
I only have 1 antidote at this point. I might actually need to have to go do an item run. How many of you remember Final Fantasy 1? Anybody? You remember that, right? You were alive in 1984, right? Okay. Well, when you go back in time, let me know what you think of it. One of the things I will never forget about FF1 was one of the most commonly repeated bits of advice that every strategy guide, walkthrough, and person gave, which was, from a certain point of the game onwards, walk into every dungeon with 99 potions. I'm not mentioning it for any specific reason, but let's just say that that's going to become our strategy pretty quickly in this game. At least until Nina reaches a certain point. Not that I know who that is or how her mechanics work. There was a rewrite of Final Fantasy 1, which was really awesome.
I love having poisonous bugs and weird ghost skulls.
That's another thing. You've got a lava pit with poisonous bugs and ghost skulls in your basement. And whatever those are.
And bird bombs. I don't know.
FF2, Dr. Witcher.
They're shaped like a mine.
I think you're right, actually. I think that's what they're supposed to be. Like underwater mines. Ninja. So in the original FF1, thieves and ninjas both sucked because of bugs and oversights in the programming. So they kind of suck. Having said that, a lot of the classes kind of sucked in FF1 original because it was FF1 original. Like, that whole game is just a mess. I look forward to reviewing it someday. Alright, there it is. This is it. This treasure will be worth the trip. BSTN. Hold on. What is a BSTN? You can use this item during battle.
Not helpful.
Yeah, thanks. What's an FSTN? You can use this item during battle. Cool. Well, we got a beer stein.
Yay, bird mines.
There's so many of these. You know, it's really funny. In the original FF2, how do you raise health in the original FF2, in FF2 NES?
How is that platform being held up by those little skinny stone pillars?
That's true. Unfortunately, Shihali actually knows the answer to the question. The reason I mentioned that is because most people don't know that it's such a minor thing. So, most people would sit in battle, and they just beat on themselves over and over and over and over and over, assuming they were raising their health, but they weren't, because the health tick only happens at the end of battle, assuming you end the battle with less HP than you started it. That's it. That was the requirement. I didn't learn that until I started looking into speedrunning that game. And that was quite a ways down the road. Why are there so many birds down here?
They're not birds, they're bird mines.
Why are there so many bird mines down here?
More bones.
There's all these
Gotta
bones.
have more bones.
Why are there all these birds?
Burns.
Burns, birds.
Oh god, we're even closer now. Now it's just floating.
Yep.
Floating.
What, don't you just float over lava all the time?
You missed one.
Why are you here? I want to shake one of them. What are you doing down here?
Well, the townspeople couldn't let us stay up there, so we decided we love lava now.
Okay. Yes, this is the bird mine, where they mine bird mines.
They mine themselves?
No. This is a bird mine, where they mine bird mines.
So they mine bird mines, but they are a bird mine?
Yes. That's how they propagate.
Wait, can you click on the arm pad again?
Sure.
does an arm pad have 8 defense?
Oh.
It's an arm pad.
Oh.
You only have one of them, which means there's only one for the arm.
See, she's asking the real questions here. I should hand the controller to you. I'm not going to do that, of course. You said hi. Hi, Malachor. Happy New Year's.
And they have mud globs.
By the way, have
glowing
you noticed
green eyes.
we're in Dungeon 2. We're over an hour into this game, and we're on the verge of death. Holy crap. And we're dead. Anyways, what I was trying to say is we're over an hour into this game. We're almost 2 hours into this game. We still have nothing we can do other than attack or use items. That's still the totality of our kit. We can run. That's true. But what I'm trying to talk about is what I usually refer to as early game hell. Yeah, the item shop is guarded, by the way. We'd have to go to the other town to buy things. It's about the story. Right. What's the story at this point in the game, Colgrim? Go ahead, I'll wait. Just tell me when you figure it out.
Why are half the guards in this town sleeping?
They're very tired.
If you go up the stairs, where does that lead?
I don't know. We'll find out in a second.
There's a kitchen.
We're gonna be the best around. No one's ever gonna keep us down.
Shall we go up the stairs? That looks kind of dangerous.
It's fine.
And there's a random bedroom. And you can walk right through the beds. My favorite.
I like how you kind of clip through it just a little bit.
It's like the cover's just floating there.
It's... Happy New Year, Disco Inferno. Merry Christmas. Have a good New Year, or die. Yeah, currently, we do actually have a quest. It is to find the 6 goddess keys. Oh my god, this is the throne room.
Sit on the throne.
It won't let me.
Oh man.
Yeah. But like, this is even crazier because that means that this is actually the central castle for this city-state. So they've got a throne room. Okay, just really put this into your mind. Okay, so there's the throne. That's where the king sits. Then you go down a floor, and here's the front door. But if you go down one more floor from where the throne is, you're here.
And then you go down another floor, and there's lava.
And then there's just okay.
Yeah, it's definitely the place you want to be holding your king.
The king needs to be tough enough to... Hey, new antidote. That's good, because we're probably going to need it. Floor heating. Yeah, they never have to worry about winter. Although summer is a bit of a bigger problem. Chests do not respawn. I just missed that one last time. That's... Oh no, this is the execution chamber. Into the lava. Fling. Ah, sploosh.
Wait.
What?
You know how a king, you usually... And when you think of a king, you usually think of a guy wearing, like, a feather robe.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine wearing that, but here, in summer.
I like it. Oh god, where were we? Did we already get the chest over here? We did. Okay, cool.
Bird mines.
Gotta mine the birds in the bird mine. You know, the best part, so the real reason that there's lava right here so close to the throne room is because these people go through kings like just that, right? They churn through people. Nobody wants the job. It's like that one Fallout vault in, I think, New Vegas.
And that's why there was no king sitting there.
Exactly. They were still looking for a new king. Because the last one, they tossed it in the lava.
Why?
Well, he did something that pissed them off.
I feel like you should get rid of those ghost things first, because they're dangerous.
That's true. But, I mean, using tactics, ugh. Having to use my brain while playing a video game, ugh.
Sure.
No, we don't have a trash problem. Or rather,
Your herbs would probably have, like, melted.
No, they're very crispy.
Yeah.
Look at this, we're just floating out over here. There is a way to make the trash fights not pop up. I'm probably only going to sit on a single negative for encounter rate in this game. Watch me change my mind later on that point. Die, Gloom. You don't belong in this world. Now, I need you to say, it's not by my hand that I am once again given flesh. My niece is not playing ball. That's okay. That's true. My niece is here, and so I'm less irritated now. Wait. Why does he look punchable? He's just happy to be here, Act. No. So well, okay, yes, Paranoid Android. Trash problem, however, can be like 5 or 6 different things, depending on the specifics. It can be the encounter rates, it can be the design of the enemies, it can be the design of the encounters. It can be a specific thing like Factory Worker Syndrome, where each encounter is designed to be really, really frustrating. It can be a thing where the encounters aren't really rewarding, and so you have to fight tons and tons of enemies for very little gain, so you feel like you're just spinning your wheels. Like Pillars of Eternity 1 is a good example of that one. It can be... as weird as this may sound, it can be too few encounters. There's very, very few games that have that problem, but there are a couple where the encounter rate is so low that there's actually nothing to do, and you end up being underleveled for the bosses. So that's a problem. As Melker Blade points out, it could be an early game problem where you have too few party members or too little kit to really do anything. Why is this underneath the lava?
How is it underneath the lava?
These are all good questions.
Why is there just a room under the lava? Is that water?
Who disturbs my privacy?
Is that water?
I'm taking over the world with this machine.
That looks like a rock.
And no one can stop me. Boss fight.
Why is he taking over the world with a rock?
That's a good question. She is just asking all the good questions today. Alright, so what do we got? Let's use an F stone. We got 2 of these. Not too bad. Ow!
Painful.
Yep, okay. Yeah, we'll do one more attack. We'll gamble. We'll keep gambling. Gamble, gamble, you're the one. You make combat so dull.
Now you should heal.
Yes, now we heal. So a fun little programming gimmick about Breath of Fire 1. Heals always go first, regardless of turn order or speed or anything else. This kind of makes it so you can... I kind of like that, because it means you can always tell when heals are going to go off, as opposed to some JRPGs when it's kind of random and sometimes like your heal will go off when it's not needed. Like, oh god, my party's low, I better heal! And then your party gets killed, and then the heal goes off on nobody. I mean, I'm sure at least somebody in chat has encountered the exact scenario I just described, right? So yeah, heals always go first. Bwong. Hey, Lieutenant Leroy. Hey, Von Falkenstein. Happy New Year's. Yeah, if there's a defined initiative like FF10 or FF Tactics, sure. Because then you know exactly who's going to go when and where and how, and their turn just happens. But most JRPGs don't have that. Hell, most RPGs don't have that. Yep, don't worry. Remember, he probably has a second health bar.
The boss?
He's at half health. By the way, this is our second boss fight. We might actually die here, which is really going to suck, because it's going to keep the fact that I used all these herbs. I think 10 is correct, Shihali. Obviously, there are games that predate 10 that did that, but I think 10 popularized it. Yeah, no party members, no kit. This is an old-school Pokemon fight. You have potions, and you have tackle, and that's it. That is this boss fight.
If someone created a game where, like, in a boss fight, if you heal a lot, but then you die, you should be able to keep your heals. But if you win, you don't keep your heals.
I believe there are a
You
couple
only
of
keep
games
the
that do
heals
that.
like, you didn't use.
Yeah, yeah. There are some games that do that. This is the boss music, Giga Pudding. Hope you enjoy it. You son of a Submariner.
The fact you're only getting down 12 points on his HP.
Yep.
You should have healed there.
No, I was gambling. If he did a melee attack, it wouldn't have killed me. If he did lightning, it would have killed me. So I gambled he was going to do a melee attack. Yeah, like, if he had done that, that would have killed me. So we actually see our number health down there. His magic attack hits for 20. Oh my god!
What's he doing?
He's just...
Consuming herbs? Is he also consuming herbs? But since he's a boss, the herbs don't affect him as much?
I mean, I'm level 8, and I haven't skipped a single fight. I also got lost twice. Hell, I also died once, and so I had to redo part of the dungeon. So I am over-leveled from where I normally would be if I was, you know, not screwing up. And yeah, I think Shihali is correct. He cannot run out of mana. No, my bed, no! Hey, Dream Whisperer. But yeah, remember what I mentioned earlier? 99 herbs? Yeah. What's really funny is this is one of the lower end RPGs when it comes to levels. Like, if you're level 40, you're good for the end game. But, you know. God dang. So, second HP bar. You know it was coming. Good news is it's only a little bit. I think. Maybe not. Okay. It's more than I thought it was. That's not good. I mean, I know we can't see. That's the design. That's what I was complaining about earlier. But, like, the point is they only get a percentage of their health back when they do that second health bar. And only some specific bosses get, like, their whole health bar as their second health bar. So I figured his was only a couple of hits. And I was wrong. There we go. I have the exact same problem, Shihali. It's one of the reasons why nowadays I have this rule where I refuse to give my opinion on a game unless I've actually sat down and reviewed it. because my memory is not precise when it comes to games. Like, when I first went back to replay Evo, all my memories were like, yeah, it's a great game and I love it, it's incredible. And then I sat down and I played it, just this year actually. God, that game sucks. Anyways. Ding. Yay. How could this be? I've been defeated. Arg. You know, that's a good point. Mathematically, we might actually be behind on herbs. The machine is generating a strange noise. You find a key. You pulled something that, well, we'll talk about in a minute. I have actually, the first stream I ever did, Von Falkenstein, was Winland 1. The Evolution game, Crazy Norse. The SNES game. Wow, I sure hope all those people in that town are fine. As we suspected, the device within the palace was causing the quakes. Let's go, Ryu. The king is waiting for us. You gave up Nanai to destroy the forces of the Dark Dragons. It was a tough choice to make. What? I made a choice? But results show that you're a true hero. Travel east to Winland. There you'll find a second party member. That's true, we did make a choice to play this game. I don't know why we did. You'll have to ask Ross and Savacom why we played this game. Evo, so, yeah, no, I agree. Evo, the SNES action RPG, is a very, very, very bad game. I'm just going to say that. But what bothers me so much about it is it's such a cool concept for a game. And I would really love to see that concept taken and run with more modern systems and design and quality of life features, right? Because that sounds awesome. But no, that game turbo sucks. It is grindy as hell. Its boss design isn't. Whoops, I don't know why I did that. Yeah, imagine Spore, but good. I did want to do this really quick. There's an interesting question. Will this game score better than Lufia 1? Savacom, please don't kill me. So was there ever a game I reviewed that was better than I remembered? Actually, that has happened a couple of times, yes. Not as often. And it's so rare that I actually have to pause and sit for a moment to think about a time when that happened. Well, I mean, yeah, I could say games like StarCraft 2 or Yoshi's Island, both of which are recent, but I knew those were going to be good games, right? Just because they were, you know, amazing games doesn't change the fact that I walked into that thinking, this is going to review well. Okay, so an herb is 9 gold. So yeah, we did net positive on money for that fight. Yay. Let's buy a couple of those. No reason. You better hurry, Giga. You know what? Actually, Final Fantasy VIII. I know FF8 gets a lot of hate. And for good reason. But the truth is, I hated FF8 when I first played it. In fact, I finished it when I first played it. But actually sitting down and re-examining FF8 with an analytical eye made me appreciate that game a lot more. Yeah, FF8 actually has a very similar problem to the game we'll be playing next, Breath of Fire 2. It's much better with a walkthrough. Once you know, and I don't just mean for gameplay purposes, but also story. there is a weirdly large amount of background lore in FF8 that is well constructed and well thought out. Like, there are characters that are recurring characters that if you just play a normal playthrough, you will never see. Or you'll only see them in one scene and be like, why is the game acting like that's a person? Because if you go out of your way, you'll see them and have like a whole story arc for them on the side, right? Like, that's FF8. It's a weird game. So yeah, having a walkthrough and who to talk to, when, and how is actually really helpful for that game. And that's ignoring the fact that you can crack that game over your knee, gameplay-wise. Mystic Quest, I would say, is better than I remembered. I honestly wasn't expecting it to crack net positive, which I know is a low bar, but I stand by it. I think it's more the fact that there's absolutely nothing that indicates that A, you can go talk to other people, and B, that there's a recurring benefit to do so, right? So there's no indication. There's no, like... You know how in Diablo 3 there's a pop-up that says, hey, I have something to say that you haven't heard yet? That kind of a feature would be really helpful in something like FF8. And, as I mentioned earlier, nothing indicates that that's a mechanic at all. So... the only way you'll know to go looking for the lore is if you do so on your own volition, assuming that it's going to be there, or someone has told you to. Either through a walkthrough or just chatting with you. Sonic Syndrome, I like that. I mean, there are several games that pretty much mandate a walkthrough to really get the most enjoyment out of it. Including the next one. You crack the game over your knee. Like, picture the game, and picture your knee, and then there's just this really loud... Yeah, when people ask me which Final Fantasy game would I want to do a proper remake of, my first thought is 8. Because I think 8 is the closest to being a good game already that really needs additional gameplay mechanics and features and quality of life things to actually make it into a good game. Because if you just play through the, let's call it the MSQ of FF8, thoughts about FF9? Thumbs up. Go watch the theater. Okay, this is it. We're finally about to get something to do other than fighting, running, or iteming. This is Winland. This is Winland? This is Winland. Ugh, this is Winland. Winland this is. This is Winland. This is Winland. My niece is making fun of me. It's a good question. Is this Winland? There's only one way to find out. No, not FF13, Trihexia. I mean, don't mistake me. I think every FF game could use a proper remake, and I hope to do one someday. But, I would pick 8 first. You can get to scanned by land or by sea. There's a port to the east. Oh, that's a good thing. I'm glad I know what scanned is and why I care about it. Tactics could absolutely use a proper remake, although I always forget that that's a Final Fantasy game. So that didn't occur to me just now. Oh yeah, we have a bank that we can store things at. I mean, tactics needs a massive polishing pass. Oh god, Crazy Norse. I look forward to killing my throat. Because that'll be 4 games in a row where I have to read a ton of dialogue. Yes, Cardboard Golem. At least I think so. It's okay, as long as you're okay with me yawning a bunch. I'm okay with, you know, reading a bunch. The Wizard of Karma is helping the Dark Dragons. This is a bad sign. You might even say it's bad karma. I'm gonna stop looking in these stupid houses if there's nothing in here. You can't use the tunnels that lead to the next land without the king's okay. Dark dragons have threatened us, but we won't give in to them. We are the clan of the wing. As adults, we can turn into birds. Oh. Well, we beat the second boss, Babahaj. That counts, right? Man, look at that gorgeous sky. In all honesty, the brickwork in this game isn't actually bad. In fact, I've already jotted down a positive for it, but I sincerely doubt we'll go above 1 positive for it. I might jot down a Doodads one. Again, 1 Doodads positive. Right. We gotta go past the toll road. Well, hopefully there's not a lava pit under this particular castle. I haven't seen the king for some time. I wonder if he's okay. What? The king has refused an offer from the Dark Dragons. He will not betray the other kingdoms. Okay. I once heard of a hero who could turn into a dragon. Pretty cool, huh? Turning into a dragon. Don't be ridiculous. The forest people have fled their land and built a village called Tantar. The backwards land of Romero is to the northwest. Welcome to the castle of Winland. This is Winland. You want to see the king? Please wait here. Princess Nina. Or is it... So how do you pronounce it? Nina or Nina? Princess Nina, the king has a visitor. Should I tell him the king is ill? No, if word gets out the king's been poisoned, our people might be... Hang on. No! If word gets out the king has been poisoned, our people might panic! Keep quiet! Princess, our visitor's been waiting. Show him to one of the guest rooms, please, and ask him to stay. Princess Nina, are you going to look for the remedy alone? Don't worry. I'm invincibly powerful. I'm worried about the princess. I'll find someone to help her. Thank you. The king isn't here. Please wait until he returns. They're fine. They just had an entire discussion 5 feet in front of me. So, some of you who watched our last Breath of Fire 2 stream are familiar with what we call a Sten section. A Sten section is when a game goes out of its way to change the nature of how your gameplay works in a way that's terribly designed and sucks. It is, in short, a Princess Peach section that is awful. So named for when you have to play as Sten solo, with no warning, and no lead-up, and no nothing, and it just comes out of nowhere, and it wasn't balanced around Sten or being solo at all. It's just, hey, you're playing as Sten alone now. It sucks. Actually, yeah, Dr. Winter. He's talking in his sleep. Someone's name? A girlfriend? Now, she starts at level 5, and I believe she actually has magic. Yep, Cura, Fortify, and Heal. So yes, we're playing the White Mage. Now, interesting little thing, tight tidbit. You have access to your full inventory no matter who you're playing on. So we'll see. I don't know if this is as bad as the Sten section in 2, but we will see. I'm very curious to find out. This is not the only solo section in BoF 1. Princess Nina, what are you doing here at this hour? Princess Nina, what are you doing here at this hour? Princess Nina, what are you doing here at this hour? The backwards land of Romero's to the northwest. Forest people have fled their land, but you've all already told me this. Stop repeating yourselves. I once heard of a hero who could turn into a dragon. I'm going to kill you. I can't let you go without the king's okay. I'm the prince. Okay. One thing I will say that BoF 1 and 2 both share. Their musical loops, some of the songs in both games are actually pretty decent. But the musical loops are far too short. And that is a huge problem in BoF 2. I don't know how many negatives I'll give it here, but it's probably going to be negative worthy, honestly. Listen, it's my God-given right to rob the taxpayers. I'm a royal. That's an interesting question, Mr. Red. Whenever I think of Breath of Fire, I have fond memories of it. But I legitimately think that BoF 1 and 2 will not review particularly well. Not sure about 3. We'll see. It's a good question, Act. We'll have to decide as we go. That's probably worth doing. We need every bit of attack power we can right now. Are you sure, Darch Monster? Check something real quick. This is Winland. In the novelization, these two guys get names. Don't ask me what they are, because I don't remember. This is Pigs and Witch. What I love most about this is that the moment they give us a side character, they're like, here, you know what? It would be awful if you had to do this whole dungeon with just one party member. Here, have 2 additional party members. And it's like, oh. Thanks. I'm not even complaining, it's just weird, because Ryu's just been like, yeah, I got this the whole game. And then they're like, oh, shoot. We're playing as someone else. Quick, quick. Make sure that he gets another person. Or she gets another person, excuse me. But no, this by itself already means this is probably not a Sten section. The mere fact that we get these 2 additional troops to help us out here. Notice it's still the same enemies we've been fighting the whole game, so we still haven't actually gone up another tier in enemy composition. Exactly, Dark Prince Robin. It's dangerous to go alone. Take these 2 soldiers. Yeah, because she can only use them when it's cool, Giga Pudding. And yeah, actually they do drain our experience here. I'm not even sure that was deliberate. I think that's just a side consequence. I'm pretty sure a friend of mine usually kills these soldiers as soon as if they can, so they can just level her. I'm not gonna do that. I think my favorite thing about their names is their names are SR1 and SR2. Well, no, one of them's SR1, the other one's SR2. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Sirwin? Sirtu? Senor?
I feel like it should have been Sir One.
That would make more sense, yeah. Who are you? Sir One! What's your last name? Loin. What are you doing, kiddo? Okay. Listen. I'm not evil, I'm just massacring all the monsters in here. They're monsters! They don't count! It's free points.
Okay, are they attacking you?
Yes?
Were they attacking you first?
I mean, I entered their home, and they attacked me, so therefore... No, listen. Guy, yeah, they deserve to die, okay? They're different from us. That means they can't be trusted. Let's organize our inventory a little bit here. They're leafy to the core. Cabbages. Barely even human.
Yeah, I don't think cabbages are human.
Are you sure? That means we could kill them without any negative consequence. Nobody cares if you kill a cabbage.
Cabbages are human.
Wait, no, cabbages are humans. Oh, well, we're gonna keep killing them anyways. They have gold, after all.
What?
Yeah. The cabbages are squatting on all our gold. I don't remember the lyrics to that song, so I can't sing that one, sorry. I remember the thing which is like, mine, mine, mine. And that's all I remember. Also, Wish sucks while we're here. That wasn't prompted by anything in general. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that that movie sucks. Don't go watch it. Anyways. God, what were they thinking? Why are there so many skeletons in every cave? Is it like moss? Do skeletons just grow the moment you set up a cave? You just, well, you know, like in Minecraft. Imagine if you just dug out a cave and then walked away for a bit, and you came back and there's just skeletons all over the place.
That does happen in Minecraft.
What?
They spawn because it's dark.
God dang it!
Or they walk in. It's dark.
They're good.
Which doesn't make sense. How does a skeleton burn in the sun?
Listen,
It's a skeleton.
the light of the sun will burn away the impurities of this skeleton. This is Romero. Karma is west of here, and Agua is north. I'm back from my eternal sleep. I missed my wife. What?
Your eternal sleep?
I'm back from my eternal sleep. I missed my wife.
What?
Then you should have been around more often when you were alive, is what she says. Ever since I've returned from the dead, I've felt weak and faint. I wonder if that's normal. The remedy brought me back to life. I haven't eaten, but I feel fine. Ever since I've returned from the dead, I've felt weak and faint. This is Winland. They seem rather chipper for undead. Karma's full of monsters. It's spooky. The girls of the village have gone. Were they tired of the country life? There's a woman right here! Color of the ground is changing. It must be because of the potion. That's right. I took a potion and now the ground is changing color.
Huh?
I don't know. The girls are gone and the undead are roaming around the village. Oh, so are you alive? But the undead are like just chilling. They're just like, hey. The wizard used a potion to turn the dead into zombies. But they're fine! They don't even look like zombies!
Where are... I want to see one.
Here, I'll show you. All these people are zombies.
The only thing they're doing is moving like zombies.
See? Ever since I returned from the dead. Believe it or not, this is one of the better localizations of the era, Dr. Winter. I'm not
Why
joking.
do you guys have wings?
We are of the Wind Tribe, because this is Winland. This is Winland. This is Winland! Come back! Come back! This is Winland! Okay. The girls disappeared after the wizard began using his potion. The zombies only move at night. They sleep in the dark places during the day. Aha! My girlfriend's gone. Think she met someone else? Yes. Good news, he's undead. Bad news, he's undead. Yeah, she went to Winland. I don't even remember. What do acorns do? I guess I can find out. Yeah, MP. Right, yeah. That's pretty cheap for ethers. Okay, I'm gonna sound like a complete noob here, Judo Joker. Who is Tom Scott? Why is this hole here? We live here secretly. There are quite a few of us. What a mess. These jars are out of order and the map is missing. Okay. I know, right? Imagine if in The Walking Dead they're like, oh my god, it's The Walking Dead, and they're just like, what's up? How are things? So you see last night's sports game? Yeah, the Cowboys actually did something. But there we go. We got the map. Holy crap. We have a map. It's terrible and useless, but it's a map. I guess I already did that. And there's a floating island over there. Of course there is. I was actually just thinking, I think this game will review reasonably well. Like, probably a net positive. But, like, I think a lot of that's because it's going to not get negatives that other games would get. Also, is Wikipedia voiceovers really a thing that's starting to be a thing on YouTube? God, I hate YouTube so much. I mean, I was thinking about this recently because there's several games that qualify for being simple but solid, right? Not the best, not the worst. But, you know, they're there. They're not aggravating. That's a new enemy. Well, that sucks. Oh yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Was my entire party to be poisoned. Thanks. Thanks for that. So yeah, worst map in a video game. I assume you mean like the map, not the overworld design. And I agree, FF2's would be way up there on the NES. But to be completely honest with you, the golden standard that I've used for many years for the worst in-game map design is Skyrim. Skyrim's map is garbage. To be clear, I don't mean the overall design. That's different. The worst overworld I've ever seen. It's actually a tough one. Oh, come on! I literally just ran so I wouldn't get poisoned. Alright. Just whatever. Thank you, floating triangles. Always appreciate it. Remember, you can put that towards up to 3 things. But I'll at least put it... Triangles towards... Dragon Quest 11. There's also several PS2 games that all pretty much have the same map, and that map all sucks. We've actually streamed one game that has that, which is Devil May Cry 2. And yeah, that map sucks. Best map in a game? And again, not talking about like the overall design, but specifically the map. You got it, floating triangles. Give me a second. I'll jot that down for other things, if you give me a second. Stranger of Paradise, Fire Emblem, 3 houses. Oh, I know, that's the best part. The Skyrim map probably took forever to make it look like that, and it's garbage. So the worst, or excuse me, the best map in a game. I admit Metroid Dread came to mind immediately. It is a very informative, very helpful, very useful map. I don't remember Breath of the Wild's map off the top of my head. Metroid Prime had a really good map, too. Actually, while we're on the subject, Jedi Fallen Order had a good map. And while we're on the subject, Guild Wars 2 has a good map. What's the difference, Judo Joker? Oh, you're talking about... So yes, I'm talking about the map. Not the overworld. Not the zone design. That's a whole different thing. Like, Skyrim's actual zone design isn't terrible. Its map is terrible. Similarly, FF1's map is not what I would call good, but its overall design is actually quite good. King. Buffs are us. So now I'm trying to think. I guess I can just pull up my own audit sheet. I will give you that, Shihali. Not that that'll affect the review, but I agree with you. The mere fact that you had an overworld map you could access in-game was nice. Just poison enemies all the way down. Okay, so... Let's see. Map. Here we go. Beyond Good and Evil got 2 negatives to map design. God of War 5 got 2 negatives to map. I agree with that, by the way. God of War 5 and 4 both have the Skyrim approach to maps. Pretty useless. I was not fond of Hollow Knight's map either. Let's see, what else? Scroll down. Dragon Quest Builders 2 had a good map. Metroid Dread, yeah. Time Spinner, we mentioned. And Soten, speaking of which. Diablo 3. Yeah, actually, I stand by that one. Oblivion, you know what? I always forget about that for some reason, but Oblivion actually had a strangely good map design. It managed to merge artistic with actually useful, which is honestly pretty freaking rare. Just top off here. And, of course, there's a freaking insta-heal thing right here, so I just wasted my herbs. Whatever. What else? While we're fighting these enemies. Oblivion had a good map. Scroll down. Elden Ring had a good map. I'll give you that one. It looks like that's it. We haven't really covered a game that's gotten triple negatives from map yet. They exist, assuredly, but, you know, we haven't run into one yet. I don't remember what Black Desert Online's map looks like off the top of my head. ESO's map was okay. Probably single positive worthy. WoW's maps are actually really quite good. FF14s vary in quality based on the zone. FF14s are also really irritating to navigate, so that kind of diminishes their quality. I would agree with that. The regional world map of Witcher 3 is pretty good, too. Sorry about the flashing. At least they gave us the healer automatically having an anti-poison spell for the dungeon that has nothing but enemies that poison you. Seriously, every enemy we've encountered here has the poison attack. Just think about that for a second. Yeah, I didn't like Cyberpunk's map overly much. Wasn't the worst, again. That's one of those weird things about having analyzed and studied games for over a decade. Worst becomes a little bit more gradient than you'd think. Like, it reminds me of something that was talked about recently when someone was like, I'm trying to remember the game. I don't remember the specific game, but they were saying, Final Fantasy II was the worst RPG ever made, and I just had to laugh at that. We have encountered and covered so many RPGs, even in just the last couple of years, that are so worse than FF2, you know? But no. Worst RPG ever. Is it Cordoon? Because FF13 exists. And 15. Oh wait, nobody's home. mini-boss. Yeah, even Secret of the Stars is probably not the bottom of the barrel, although we haven't codified that yet. Yeah, there is the Japanese non-game I've shown off, which is... Speaking of which, smooth segue. Make sure you go watch the Final Fantasy II rewrite. It just went live last Saturday. It's really good. I highly recommend it. Please go watch it. It's about an hour long. I mean, when we reviewed FF15, it scored net negative. Almost as net negative as... I don't know how to segue this into saying thank you to Techno's World. So thank you, Techno World. Always appreciate that support. Much obliged. And Happy New Year's. I've never actually played a Splinter Cell game. Not on purpose, it's just never happened. Remember, heels go first. Actually, if you type in exclamation mark rewrite right now, it'll give you a link straight to the FF2 rewrite. Because that's the current one. I really do highly recommend it. It was a great resultant and a team effort. And whoever animated it and edited it and took 2 extra weeks off of streaming to do that sucks and is terrible. But everything else was good. Also, whoever wrote it, terrible. Okay, boss number 1 down. Of 3. Oh my god. So the guide I was just glancing at mentions you need to be level 10 for this upcoming boss fight. We're level 6. We'll see how this works out. That's true, Game Geek. Nobody in their right mind would ever watch a reimagining of Final Fantasy 1 or 2. Yeah, no, RFF2 is pretty dark. It's probably the darkest story I've ever read. That's a good question, Darch Monster. Hey, Spartan. Untitled Goose Game was quite fun. I highly recommend it if you haven't played it. Our Voyager might actually be darker than RFF2. That is true. That's a real thing. That might really happen. So the description for Charm is, you'll return to normal. Very, helpful information there. I have plans for Janeway, and that's actually all I'm going to say about that right now. I hope people will like our Voyager when we get there. I mean, I hope people will like our Trek in general. Will they go home this episode? Only one way to find out. The first 10 episodes are all just, will they get home again? Every single episode. Back to back. I like the rat. Hello, little rat. I don't know how you're technically walking on the ceiling, but whatever. Let's ignore that. See, I would redshirt a character named Rick Berman, but the problem is that would involve using red shirts, which I've already sworn not to do because the redshirt concept is flat out bad writing. So, instead, I'll have Berman tortured slowly and horrifically by, I don't know, we got all kinds of options. Who do we want to have torture Rick Berman? My first thought was Jadzia Dax. Yeah, Wesley would be another good pick for pretty much the exact same reason. You know, that's a good point, Noctis. And I know you're joking. But you would not believe how much negative feedback I've already gotten that, you know, changing X, Y, or Z isn't Trek. And it's all relatively minor stuff, too. Like, for example, we've gotten rid of the holodecks. Therefore, that's not Star Trek. Or the fact that we actually want to develop several of the characters beyond, you know, being background characters who have no real development. So that's not Star Trek. We're also going to include things like currency. There's going to be a financial model for the Federation. Naturally, that is not Star Trek. What is Breath of Fire? You know, I was actually thinking that this morning, because one of the things that's always stuck out for me for Breath of Fire is that it's more anime than most JRPGs are. Now, I'm using that word incorrectly. I'm doing it on purpose this time. But most of you probably understand what I mean by that. It's a little bit more weird and a little bit more silly than a lot of these games tend to be. And a little bit more wild. Having said that, I would say that of these games, one is probably the most anime, to use the word incorrectly again. Well, we're at the beginning of the dungeon again. Oh my god, you threw away the dog? One of those weird questions that always runs through my mind when I'm doing this kind of thing is this dungeon bad or merely not good? And that's a question mark I always have in the back of my mind when I'm covering some games like this. By the way, do you like hearing the first 10 seconds of the song? That's the goal, Spartan. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to give that negative too. Sorry, I've actually spaced on that negative. Also, welcome back, Valerian. I don't want to sound selfish, but it'd be nice if I could have a good year, you know? We'll see. How do I define the difference? Yeah, exactly, Blade That's pretty much exactly the question. Therein lies the problem, Spartan. I actually have seen a few reviewers who... I don't want to... So, okay. This sounds like I'm insulting them, but I'm not. It's just... different mentality, right? Different priorities, different flashing screen effects. I've seen some reviewers walk in and review a game from the perspective of you, the player, have access to whatever you want to do in order to enjoy the game. So those reviewers will review the game and say, you should play the game with this mod and use cheats at this section to give you these things. Here's the cheats, here's the mod, here's the links to how to get it working. And that's valid, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, because what they're reviewing is the player's experience, not the game. Different mentality, right? I am here to review the game. That's my priority. So I want to actually review, is this game worth a damn? Because if I was to review the playing experience... Damn it, Noctis, no! If I was to review the playing experience, BoF 2 would probably score a lot better, for example. Because if you know what you're doing, if you're prepped, and if you're cheating, BoF 2 is actually a perfectly serviceable game. Despite some translation issues. Yeah, fun thing, by the way, BoF 2 arguably has a worse localization than BoF 1. Especially since it actively gets in the way of a much more complex story. BoF 1's story is not super in-depth. So that's okay. You know, there's an evil overlord. And there's some other stuff I'm not going to tell you about now, and that's kind of all you need to know. Okay, hang on. Pull up this. That is why I don't like Daggerfall, because Daggerfall is a crap game. Having said that, I actually really like Link to the Past. In fact, I look forward to replaying it, and I'm pretty sure it's going to review pretty well. Minecraft is just a sandbox, so once I'm done playing around in the sand, I'm done with it, you know? My biggest problem with Minecraft is I beat it years ago, and I've never felt the desire to replay it. No, I'm kind of with you, Baba Haj. It's one of the reasons I approach things the way I do. But what I'm trying to say is that I don't really, you know, shame or toss shade at people who prefer to say, here's this game, you should play it with these mods and these cheats. Because that is a valid approach from the perspective of the individual, right? There's an enjoyable game under this crap, here's ways to bypass the crap, is not invalid. It just doesn't make the game any better. My opinion. Okay, so we're on floor 3. Sorry, I actually pulled up a walkthrough now. So do I know why BoF 2 became a classic? Of course I would, Nithrius. But that's a little bit different at that point. Co-op is a whole other animal. I mean, that's true, Dark Prince Revan. My favorite part about this dungeon is that we've been going... We have so many encounters. We've been mulching through these encounters for a while now. And, we haven't really been leveling. I think we've gotten... I can check in a second here. Yep, we have gotten a grand total of 2 levels since we started playing as Nina. That's across 2.5 dungeons at this point. That's not great. You do, Dakota. No, I get you, Nithrius. Like I said, all I was saying is that co-op is just its whole other animal. It's why we have multiple categories for how to review co-op in a game. It's okay, this is not the boss we need to be level 10 for. It's the one after this. No, vulgarity. Although, equipment isn't bad in this one, but it's still not quite to the point of, say, Dragon Quest. Oh yeah, don't forget, this is all happening while we're asleep back in town. We'll find out in a bit, Cardboard Column. We actually have a lot of healing items, and several mana ups, and we have her, so we'll see how this goes. Not this one. My brother was watching the game. What did you do to him? I killed him. Just like I'm about to kill you. Listen, just because we can fly and teleport canonically does not mean we can get up here. Yeah, we're just in an RPG coma. Oh, it... Yeah, attack up, if you were noticing, literally tripled the damage we were doing. We also have tons of AP, which is nice. Some games really... This is more Dragon Quest than some other things, because some games like to be like, yeah, sure, you have enough magic for 4 spells. It's like, thanks. Thanks, game. I think we'll go ahead and attack up him as well, because this is just... I tried... Second time I run into that problem. Oh god, it totally is, Melkaiser. We crit for 6. Yeah, Nina's not a frontliner, really. I don't know, Darch Monster. I noticed that, too. I mean, so, yes and no, Gum Gum. Put simply, I do not actually think that some games have a charm to them because they are unique. I just think some games have a charm to them. End sentence. Look, I'm sorry, but Demolition Man is a legitimately good film, Babash. I don't know, Darch Monster. We'll find out. God, it's like a truck. Jesus Christ, he hits like a truck. Mortea seems all right. Yeah, that's their second bar. Oh no, I can't target my own things. Oh. Oh, thank God. Listen. Now I want Taco Bell. Damn it. Well, that drained my mana a bit, but that's okay. The buff lasted the whole fight, so that's nice. Was it really Crazy North? God, I would not eat Pizza Hut. Oh. Ugh. I would rather go without food than eat Pizza Hut. Oh my goodness. Help! The wizard is using me as a guinea pig to test his potion. You can make a bridge appear by flipping the switch. Help! The wizard is using me as a guinea pig. This is Winland. Help! The wizard is using me as a guinea pig. But there's no tape inside. But yeah, nostalgia's tricky, but I've pretty codified my opinion on that. There's nothing wrong with liking something because of nostalgia, as long as you acknowledge that. What irritates me is when you insist something is either good or bad because of nostalgia, and refuse to acknowledge, you know, reality. That's what tends to irritate me. No, exactly, Crazy Horse. That's exactly my point. There's nothing wrong with liking something because of nostalgia, so long as you admit and say, I like this because of nostalgia. Remedy should be in this room. Let's find it and get out of here. Where are my specimens? Who let them loose? I can't let the wizard use people for his experiments. Ah, some unexpected visitors. Your arrival is very timely. Ack! Gas! It's like the Xeon. It's the Xeon gas. It will drain our energy. That's right, Bird. Your powers are useless. Honestly, the doodads are both good and bad. I'm leaning towards like a single doodad positive, but like for the whole game. But there is enough good doodads that I think it's worth noting. Princess Nina and her soldiers will soon collapse. No. The last time I was pleasantly surprised by the story in a media. Last week, Godzilla -1. Go get help. Gasp. I'll protect her. I can't leave both of you here. Go! Get out of here! Hang tight! What have you done? He got away. You're gonna pay for that. Godzilla -1 is a really good movie, but it's not a kaiju movie, and I think that's part of why it's such a good film. I heard a scream! It's too late, you're finished. What? I can defeat an army of winged soldiers with my Xeon gas. Now I will complete my experiment using the princess as my subject. We won't let you. Oh, hey, we could fly the whole time. Please take that into account. He could fly the entire time. He is now going to fly from this dungeon back to the town. While injured, while on the verge of death. So... the Eagles are just terrible in everything they're in. princess. How about good fashion, Gum Gum? How's that for a thought? What is going on? Princess Nina has been captured. This is the work of the wizard. We must send out a rescue party. But the wizard has the Xeon gas, which is poisonous to us. Perhaps the traveler at the castle can help us. Thud. He's dead. I'll round up the rescue party. You talk to the traveler. The wizard captured our princess. Help us? Well, I did just nap for like a week. But... okay. A rescue party has been gathered. Please join them outside. What level am I? 9. What dragons, Giga? What are you talking about? Is it true that Princess Nina has been captured? Fake news. Now we just lost our healer, so... What are you talking about, Gig? I didn't see anything. Guys, I think Gig is tripping. She's seeing plot elements that definitely don't exist. What are these? You can use this item during a battle. Thanks. Wait. There. I already had that. That's my fault. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Hop onto my back. Hey look, we can fly directly to the dungeon. Oh hey, there's the black dragons. Hey, there's another black dragon. Let's fly! As opposed to what? Warrior, rescue the princess. We'll fight the wizard's forces. Okay. Are there any, like... Oh, yeah, I should probably save here. It's okay, we're level 9. We're totally cool. I'll let you decide then, Zaktaft. Whatever you prefer. I am ambivalent. Yes, pancakes. We were a traveler. Listen, Gigaput, you're thinking too much about it, okay? Stop trying to engage your brain, okay? Just sit back, relax, enjoy, chill. There's no dragons in this game. Oh, you think that's bad? Breath of Fire 5 is much worse about it. So, I sure hope you enjoyed that party member, because now it's just us. No. Come. Alright, so this is bad. But it's okay, because there's something we can do that I've forgotten about, and that's actually on me. We can use the Earth Key. Which does 30 damage static to the entire enemy party. For record, we hit for 18. A warrior from the Dragon Clan, the Xeon gas won't affect you. But you'll soon know the wrath of my magic powers. Number of uses? Infinite. The reason I don't like using it is because it's a pain. It's like, there's no memory cursor, so you have to go into the inventory every single turn. And then go over, and then go over. That's why I moved it to the very top of the inventory. Yeah, he has magic because he has waggly powers. Let's go and heal. Probably Zactaft. And then they would have died horribly to the Reapers. Because of bad writing. Yeah, unfortunately we're probably going to give an inventory, or more specifically an interface negative for that. Yeah, the Earth Key is honestly a little bit overpowered. By the way, nothing at all tells you that the Earth Key has this particular property to it. I actually didn't know about this until this morning when I was looking up stuff for this game. And it was like, make sure you start using the Earth Key early on to help with the early game hell. And I'm like, what? That's a thing you could do? Arrgh, I was so close to perfecting the Eternal Life Potion. You received Remedy. Of course I do, Pancakes. I already have, in fact. Remember, this came out after FF5. Thank you. I carry her up the stairs. I don't know what we would have done if you weren't there. Now it's over and we can hurry back to the castle. Hey, Finny Hori. Happy New Year's. Hey, look, we can once again fly. I'd love to give this a pass, but no, there's some idiot balling going on here. Yeah, the lava dealer is just... he's rolling in it. Did I already put... I did. Now the birds are free to fly because the dark dragons are gone for some reason? Anyways, father! Princess Nina's gone to see the king. Yeah. Thank you for all you've done. This is Winland. It was Ryu's bravery that saved Nina. Right, of course, Zactef. They're fine. They're sleeping. They're having a nice. They've retired to a farm upstate. Tell me about the bunnies, Spartans. It was Ryu's bravery that saved Nina, he says to Ryu. Ryu, thanks for helping the princess. Now my only concern is the king. Ryu, thanks for helping the princess. Now my only concern... These people, they really are a hive mind. The remedy doesn't seem to be working. Were we too late? I'm beginning to feel a lot better. Kak! I'll be fine. Whoa. I'm getting much better. Thank you, Ryu. You saved my father's life. Let's go have babies and dilute the bloodline and cause that to be a plot point in Breath of Fire 2. What can I offer in return? Well, there is... Oh my god, we speak! Is this the only line of dialogue Ryu has in the franchise? You wish to use the tunnel, is that all? You could have asked for more. Well, I want to bang your daughter, too. Is that cool? Ryu, I'd like to join you on your journey. Don't go, Nina. You'll only slow him down. What? Dude, ignore the fact that she can friggity fly. She's also a healer. And a buffer. I've made my decision. We can't ignore Zog's power. I'm going. If it's important to you, you have my permission. Be careful. Oh, we did it. We have successfully gotten our first party member. For real. How far into this game are we? You know what? Valid, Von Falkenstein. Valid. There's a recurring joke I am rather fond of in WoW right now. So for those of you not aware, with the most recent expansion, actually 2 patches ago, they added a new spec to the Evoker class, which is full support and buff. And it's awesome. It's great. I'm so happy they finally added a full support class to WoW. So the joke is, man, our DPS is so great. We've just been crushing the numbers. But what's really weird is like every single time, and I mean every time we do this, we're carrying one of these stupid evokers who aren't doing any DPS. No, Cordoon. I wouldn't have time. And if I had time, I wouldn't have people, because I don't bug that crap. Ah, thank you, Diabeepus. Happy New Year's. Let's jot this down. Diabeepus 2. Zelda block. Starfield and BRPG block. But no, for real, the Evoker, my biggest worry, yes, Kika Pudding. My biggest worry is that they will notice just how good the buffer class is and nerf it. They haven't yet, but I'm really worried about it because, oh man, it's so good. I will be right back. You know, Mr. Red, WoW's a better game than Guild Wars 2. So, I'm just saying. Just point it out. Anyway, so... I say that as someone who actually really likes Guild Wars 2, by the way. Guild Wars 2 is a great game. I recommend it. I recommend buying it and then spending extra money on skipping vanilla. That's my legitimate recommendation. See, it's easier to recommend WoW over FF14 or Guild Wars 2 because in WoW, you can skip the crap. You can't do that in Guild Wars 2 or FF14 unless you pay real money. If I had to pick between Guild Wars 2 or FF14, ooh. It's a tough question, actually. Now, that's a good point, Cordoon. How do you find the non-crap stuff? Nothing really indicates what's crap and what's not. So, you either have to know, or you have to experiment. That being said, there is a general rule of thumb. The more recent it is up until Legion, the better it's going to be. Having said that, yeah, if you want to play with other people, Guild Wars 2 is going to be a better experience. If you don't have someone else to play with, or if you prefer playing solo, FF14 is your bag. It's not like FF14 doesn't have good gameplay, it just takes a very long time to get there. Some of you are aware of the fact that I've been playing Evo through FF14 recently, and by playing, I mean dragging her kicking and screaming through gameplay that she hates. If not for me there MST3K'ing most of ARR, she would have quit several times already. That's not a dig. That's a statement of fact. There's a concept. Every game has this, but MMOs have this in spade. It's called the quit point. Every quit point... no, actually, Blizzard, no. They got rid of that. Thank God. So, in MMOs, when you're designing your MMO, you have to consider... and balance your quit points with your game design. Oh, hey, a new enemy type. Holy crap. Okay, fine. Yes, Gum, that's what I've always said. So, not yet, Giga Pudding. A quit point, it's exactly what it sounds like. A quit point is a point of the game at which it's like, ugh, why am I even playing this game still at this point? And you don't want to make the whole game super easy and super smooth because that tends to lead to dreck. However, you also don't want to have too many quit points because then your initial player base, like think of it like a math model. You start out with X number of players. Every quit point knocks off a percentage of those players until you have only the dedicated player base left, and that's pretty much where you've standardized your player base. No, Mike Romano, what I mean by a quit point is when a player puts the game down and never comes back. No fishing! So, FF14 ARR has a lot of quit points. And that sucks. Like I said, she would have put the game down many times, if not for the fact that I was pretty much dragging her, kicking and screaming through the game. The reason I'm not bringing all this up to bash FF14, though, quite the contrary, because something funny happened. So she hit the Castra Meridianum. For those of you who know, you know. Looks like we can't fish yet. Well, I'm telling you that right now, Bregman. So she hit Castra Meridianum, and we've beaten that now. That's actually where she's at in the story. She's leading up to Leviathan. And she very suddenly found herself enjoying the game. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? So for those of you who don't know, the MSQ queue, those 3 dungeons, are designed from the perspective of modern design in FF14. So when they've much better dungeon design, much better trash design, and way better boss design. And Shazam! All of a sudden she's enjoying the game again. So like I said earlier, it's not like FF14 doesn't have good gameplay. It's just, it takes so long to get there. She's something like 90 hours into that game, and she has only enjoyed herself once, and it was for those revamped dungeons. This is Tantar. We are the Forest Clan. Have you seen the dry river? The dark dragons blocked the water. Need a boat to scan? You'll find one to the south. The rock that blocks the river is much too big for us to move. The Tantar chief says to give up the treasure. It's not like him. The forest to the northwest is spooky. Who knows what you'll find? Ooh. So why did I start dragging her through it? Two reasons. One selfish, one not. The selfish reason is because I want to enjoy the game with her. And the non-selfish reason is I think once the game actually gets good, she will enjoy it. Now, I don't want to keep burying the lead here, but there's another problem with this whole arc. See, the problem is she's also been playing through WoW with me and PAX at the same time. And that's the problem, is because I want you to picture playing FF14 ARR and then going immediately the same day to playing Legion or Pandaria. This is part of why I've had to be dragging her through FF14, because the quality difference in the gameplay between the two games is stark. So far, she has leveled a priest, a death knight, God, what else? I can't remember what else. There are several classes that she has leveled throughout WoW. She's currently on her demon hunter. And every single one of those classes has been just, yes! Just immediate gelling. Just immediate clicking. Because in Dragonflight, pretty much every class is legit. And then there's FF14. Where you don't even know if a class is actually good or not until you're level 70 or so. I don't understand that question, Bragwin. What are you talking about? Like, okay, hang on. So, actually, I think I do understand your question. So let me make this very clear. So what happens is we start a new class, and we start over from scratch, at whatever zone we were just doing, because the nature of WoW leveling right now is you kind of pick wherever the hell you want to level. So, for example, we started Pandaria, and then about halfway through Pandaria, we hit max level, 60 actually, so just before max level. So we went and paused, switched classes, and started over in Pandaria, where we continued the story where we already were, because that's how WoW leveling is now. And then we started Kata, and we did like Northern Kalimdor, and then we switched classes. And then we did Southern Kalimdor, and then we switched classes, and then we started Northern East Kingdoms, and so forth, and so on. It's so good! It's so good! I can't put you into words how awesome it is to be able to just swap. Like, okay, well, we hit level 60, you know. Let's go ahead and switch to a new class and continue the story where we're at. Oh, WoW leveling is in such a great place right now. I really hope they don't ruin it. Because that's the pattern, right? Is they're going to ruin it with something. There are a couple of provisos. For example, if you want to start in, like, say, Hyjal, that actually requires level 30. So you have to go do something else to get there. That's true, Blade Travel. All you have to do is in the middle of Shadowbringers, start a new class, and you can't do that at all. Sorry, I shouldn't be facetious. But it's easy to explain this to FF14 players, so imagine this. Imagine for a moment that you're playing FF14 and you're in the middle of Stormblood, right? And in the middle of Stormblood, you're like, you know what? I really want to try out Paladin. So you swap to Paladin, which is level 1, and then you keep playing at the point you're at in the story in Stormblood. That's WoW leveling right now. This is Tantar. We call the valley up north the Stone Cemetery. Exactly, Shadow Machine. Not exactly, but yes. Dark Dragons destroyed the bridges to the south. Yeah. You just go to the zone you were at and start the quests at level 1, Brigwin. I don't know what about this is so alien. Maybe I'm just too used to it, because I've been doing this for months now. Ah. Yeah. WoW leveling zones are scaled. Properly, actually. This is the biggest reason why I don't come down too hard on FF14 for not doing the same system. Because WoW's scaling is crazy good. It is extraordinarily good. It's not even just literally their level 1, because there's other layers of balancing to try and make it so that it's better than it otherwise would be. Because if you go into, for example, Legion at level 1, you'd be like, oh man, this would suck. But no, because it's not just their level 1, because you're level 1, right? And so you have very few abilities, and they know that. So there's other little variances put in to kind of add a bit, like your abilities do a little bit more than they should, and your gear scales a little bit differently than it would, based on the variance between your level and the level you should be at the zone you're doing. And, oh god, they do so much good with it. It's so cool. It is so cool. I love leveling in WoW right now, unironically. I've been using this opportunity to level a whole bunch of alts alongside Evo as we've been going through WoW. And it's just been a ball. It's just been great trying out the new classes and just being like, all right, let's do these zones next. Yeah, no, it took them several expansions to really nail their scaling, but it's in a really good place right now. The river's dry, yet everyone's happy. What's going on? Isn't that like levels pointless? Why would it make levels pointless? When you level, you get talents, and talents give you builds. Oh, by the way, the builds are so good. I have never seen a build gameplay better than where WoW is at right now. Oh my god, it's so goddamn good. They're just, ugh. And the best part is, you can just kind of swap between builds at will. And you can make presets, right? So it's like, okay, I want to pick all these talents. Let's use Demon Hunter. I want to pick all these talents that make Fling, the glaive throw, better. And so that'll be really good for like certain ranged fights, or maybe it's for like overworld trash fun hiding. But then we're going to fight an elite, so hang on, I'm going to switch over to here, and it's going to be this other build which is focused on making my I-beams better. Or maybe this other thing where it's going to be making my Immolate stack with itself to give me more AoE potential. And you could just save Immolate build, throw build, I-beam build, boom, and you could swap between them as long as you're out of combat with a button press. WoW's talent system is going to be a cavalcade of positives when we get there. It's insane how good it is. It has a search feature. It's not even just a search feature though. Check this out. It's so good. Check this out. Imagine you thinking, no, I don't play Fortnite, but Happy New Year. Imagine for a moment that you want to improve, I don't know, your I-beams. I was just mentioning that for Demon Hunter. Okay, no problem. So you can search your talents for any talent that boosts your I-beams. That's how good the search function is. It's actually a smart search. Oh man, it's so good. Anyways, I don't know how to work the robot and I don't want to get involved. Tantar should give up the ring to resolve the problem. What? My fiance lives in the next village. We can't see each other right now. Why? Would it be possible for Blizzard to make WoW more grindy to sell more microtransactions? Yeah, you can make any game. Any game can be made more grindy to sell microtransactions. So, yes. %. Now, a lot of people are holding their breath right now when it comes to WoW, because Dragonflight has kind of been hitting it out of the park. I don't think it's as good as Pandaria or Legion, but at the same time, it's probably their third best expansion. It might even be tied with Pandaria. Why is there nobody in any of these towns, or any of these buildings? So the reason I say everyone's holding their breath is it depends on how good the next expansion is. That's going to be the question mark. Do they stick the landing? One moment, please. Yeah, War Within is the big question mark. If War Within sticks the landing, we're in a good place with WoW. If it's another BFA or Shadowlands... Actually, I'm ordering lunch, Crazy Norse, forgive me. Speaking of which... No, I know, Bragwin. I'm never going to try to drag you back to WoW. But, God, it's so goddamn good right now. I have been having so much fun replaying WoW. And playing WoW. Dragonflight's MSQ continues to be bland. But, oh my God, Dragonflight is so good. It's just... Like, I know this is kind of Blizzard's staple, but Dragonflight's side stories are just scary good, honestly. I have absolutely been adoring, like, the Nifits, or the, oh God, what are they called? The underground people. And they've got a whole culture centered around scent, which someone somewhere sat down and really thought about, you know, the Niffins, thank you, that was close. Yeah, the Loam. Someone really thought about their culture and how they interact with each other and the politics and how they run each other. And then there's the Tuskar, who are awesome. Even the frickin' Centaurs have been fleshed out and developed quite a bit. The entire side quest with spoilers. You know, this isn't my world anymore. I have to relearn how this world works. Oh, the frickin' paladins. They bothered to make 4 unique paladin NPCs with their own abilities and everything. And each one of them they actually gave a unique voice actor with unique lines of dialogue. I get that question all the time, Sub-Zero, for any updating game. And that's a valid perspective. I don't agree with it. But it's very valid to say, you know what, there's no reason to review an updating game, because it'll change next week, or change next year. I have nothing to add to that, it's a valid perspective. Oh, man. All I'm going to say is that I've been wanting to go into the Emerald Dream since vanilla, and now that I'm finally there, I have not been disappointed. Now, I don't want to overpraise. Overpraising is bad. And I will say, Fyrakk is a complete nothing burger villain. Very common for Blizzard, am I right? StarCraft 2 may be the best game ever, but Amon is just a flat piece of paper. And Fyrakk has the exact same problem. Like, why are you here? I mean, that's a valid perspective, Bladeful. And again, I'm not trying to sell anyone on WoW. Not really. But I am going to gush over it. Because I love that game. Unironically and unhesitatingly. Unexaggeratively. WoW has been such a delight these past few months. And I've been mostly playing Kata stuff. No, Fyrek is not as bad as the Jailer. The Jailer is unironically the worst writing in the entire game. He will be more than triple negative territory because he ruins... The way they try to position him in the lore ruins other bits of the lore in addition to just himself. Steak quesadilla. Sorry, I'm ordering for more than just myself. That's why this takes so long. I do apologize. Yeah, exactly. Fyrak is just boring. He'll probably be a negative. I honestly think that Twitface, I don't remember her name, but the first one, the Proto-Drake lady, she's probably worse than Fyrak. What's her name? Does anyone remember her damn name? Twitface McGee, Storm Dragon lady. She's like, mwahaha, I'm evil, and that's kind of it. I know I'm really narrowing it down for you here. Razageth, that's her stupid name. And then Doritos Loco Supreme. I'm sorry this is taking so long. Yeah, go ahead, Crazy Nurse. I'm just gonna get this locked in a little bit here. I mean, honestly, fixing the Jailer would not be that hard to do. He has a lot of... You know what the Jailer reminds me of? And yes, this is a burn, and no, I don't care. The Jailer reminds me of Minfilia. Think about it. The Jailer has a weirdly large amount of screen time. And he has a decently large amount of dialogue. And he's presented as a central pillar to the story. But he isn't. And he isn't. Minfilia is terrible. And going back through ARR with Evo has really reminded me just how awful of a character she is. I'm honestly tempted to go back and give more negatives to her than we gave in the original review, because she is so goddamned bad of a character. Another quit point, by the way, Minfilia. This Twitface gets tons of screen time, and most of the voice acting of ARR's original patches. And her voice acting is so devoid. One of the things I've been doing is I've been reading her lines for Evo, but with actual voice acting. Obviously, I am a guy, so it's going to sound a little bit different. But nevertheless, putting actual acting into her voice, and it's funny how much that one change has been improving her. It's goddamn pathetic. I'm sorry. Speaking as someone who absolutely loves FF14, ARR sucks. I cannot believe so many of us managed to slog through that in order to get to the point where that game actually finds itself, knows what it's trying to do, and starts being a great game. And again, one of the things I love to do is stark contrast. Immediately contrast the good versus the bad to really highlight the distinction between the two. And going right into the MSQQ, immediately after doing dungeons, I think the dungeon right before it, it's Garuda. But before the Garuda fight, I believe it's Stone Vigil. Going straight from Stone Vigil into the Castrum dungeons is night and day. It's shocking how much better it is. No offense, Valerian. because I know you popped in earlier to be like, I like ARR. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with liking ARR. Or is there? Secretly, anybody who likes ARR is actually literally Hitler. Or DeSantos. That actually might be a bigger insult. No, I would never. I would literally rather call you Hitler than call you DeSantos. That's just unkind. Oh my god, how, Blade Terval? How? I'm currently going through my 3rd playthrough of ARR, and I am never playing ARR again. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound, like, exaggerative, but screw that. The only reason I'm putting up with it this particular time is for her. So she can get to the good stuff. And I do think she'll enjoy it when we get there. I do think so. And I can say that because she's been playing as a summoner, which is a revamped class, which is good. And when she saw the Shadowbringers era quality gameplay and dungeon design and boss design, she enjoyed it. So I think that will be a thing. I think she will actually enjoy this game. I hope so, because, oh my god. Oh my god. It's been a thing. You think I'm speaking negatively about ARR? No, 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 no. I can appreciate ARR. Because I played 1.0. Hold on, comma. You guys keep saying fries, period. I don't see any fries at Taco Bell, period. Do we kill Question Bot? Oh man, there's something I haven't had to do in a while. Yeah, I thought they had nacho fries, but I actually did a search for them, and I also manually looked, and I do not see them. They have the Fiesta potatoes, but I'm not seeing the nacho fries. Oh, that could be it, Valerian. You're right. True enough, Dark Prince Revan. True enough. You know what? Hang on. I'm going to make this easy. I'll be right back. Hang on. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place. No, I'm just looking. But I think that's the worst thing. I've already got my own stuff. Okay. Okay, so I think the other problem ARR has, I don't know why I'm saying I think. I know the other problem ARR has. It has terrible story presentation. The meat story, I'm with. But between voice acting and localization issues and terrible pacing, it's hard to really get into ARR story unless someone else is, say, telling you it as it's happening. Like, They have improved ARR with that patch. God, they've improved it so much. But the lead up to Titan is still bad. Really, really bad. It starts off great. Titan has been summoned. Oh my god. Okay, let's go talk to the Admiral. And we kind of shame the Admiral, right? And it's like, you know, this is your fault. You broke the treaty. You're the ones who decided to go and do this. And she's like, yes, you are correct. And that is something that I need to deal with. But right now, Titan is out and about, and I cannot simply fall on my sword for the sake of, you know, my guilt in the matter. We have to deal with the immediacy of the now. Okay, no problem, cool. Go talk to this one guy. And the moment you go talk to that one guy, I'm referring to the fake champion dude, it just falls apart. It falls apart so hard. And it falls apart instantly. And the best part is, again, it was so much worse before. And it's still bad. Yeah, the Titus Slayer. Yeah, Leopard Pants. Oh my god. I actually was in a voice call with Evo when she was going through that particular quest chain. And there was this audible pause when she first saw him. And she was just like, what is he wearing? Yeah, I don't want to... I come down hard on ARR. No, this is for the Titus. Wow, the Titan fight. Ding. Thank goodness for that, Giga. I come down hard on ARR. I want to say, without hyperbole, I'm a little surprised that ARR was financially successful. I really am. Not that it was good, not that people liked it, that it was a financial success. Because if ARR was not a financial success, Square would have died, FF14 would have died, and that would have been that. Nothing else to add to that. That just would have been game. We wouldn't have gotten anything we've gotten since then, good, bad, or in between. Weird to think about. Honestly, me too, Mr. Ed. And you're probably thinking, oh, but it was an older MMO. ARR isn't that old. And I'm sorry, please remember, when ARR came out, Pandaria was live. WoW was hitting it in their stride, and were doing well. So that was their direct competition, was freaking Pandaria, and they still managed to be a financial success. That is shocking. I'm happy about it, because I like FF14, and there's been plenty of Square games I've enjoyed since then, but ugh. I do think brand recognition played a part in it, absolutely. It had Final Fantasy in the name. And like it or not, that sells. I'm looking forward to her getting to the good stuff, though, and actually enjoying the whole sequence of events. It's actually funny. Used saw. There we go. No, I broke the saw. What is this, Minecraft? Oh god, this dungeon. Why are there so many dead bodies in this forest? Don't answer that question. Another new enemy type. Yeah, we're going to be using the Earth Key a lot from this point onwards. I'm looking forward to her getting to the worst cutscene in the game. Yes, Pillars of Snow. We can actually say that. And you know what? This is going to sound really pathetic. But I'm still glad we got the Trials of Mana remake. Because goddamn does that game have great gameplay. That game is fun. With a capital F. I actually want to replay that game someday, just because I want to replay that game, despite its garbage story and garbage voice acting. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay, I deserve it. So let me talk about it. So the team that was remaking Trials of Mana was given extremely little time and budget to do so. And it shows. So they did something that's actually smart. They decided to focus their time and attention on one thing: the gameplay. So the boss design is excellent. The core combat plays brilliantly. They overhauled how the class, like, it plays completely differently from the original in a very, very good way. And so I highly recommend it on that angle. But as a result, the dialogue is effectively unchanged from the original SNES version. And Trials of Mana, the original, never exactly had a good story. And it also, they decided to add voice acting from people who had never voice acted before, and to my knowledge have never voice acted since. You know, the Bob from accounting style of voice acting. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is probably going to depend on your opinion, personal opinion on the matter, but let's be clear, it's terrible voice acting. So, the story wasn't fleshed out or redeveloped at all. The localization wasn't changed, so it's still got a lot of problems on that front. And the voice acting is trash. It is a very solidly net negative story. But I do absolutely recommend it on the gameplay axis. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying, it can be considered to be so bad it's good. I think it depends on the individual scene. Because Charlotte is aggravating. I hate Charlotte. But some of the other characters are much more, you know, so bad it's good. That's just my opinion. Okay, let me make sure we got everything here. Looks like yes. I'm not sure, Trixie. Yeah, no, I think Pillars of Snow is correct. I think they legitimately did not have a voice director. I think they had lines they pushed in front of people and put them in the booth. Speaking as a voice director, I almost guarantee that's what happened. They just gave them the lines and put them in the booth. Love that Earth key, by the way. This is so much smoother now that I know that Earth key exists. Good God. Oh my God, Pillars of Snow. It's so bad. Anyways. I hope I'm doing the right dungeon. I think I am. Because we entered the new area, and we had this ore we got from a previous dungeon. And this guy was like, hey, I'll use that ore to make a saw, which gave access to this place. And we need to find something to solve what's going on with the river. But I'm not sure what to do to solve the problem with the river. So, by virtue of the fact that this is the only dungeon I have access to, I think I'm in the right direction. Oh no, absolutely floating triangles. That's why I say I am reasonably certain they legitimately did not have a voice director, just a chunk of lines. That is unfortunately something that was semi-common back in the day. What? Okay. Who needs chests? Trihexia. Wow, these guys have some health. Was Tyrande Whisperwind ever a good character? Yes, once, in Warcraft 3 Vanilla. Not, it's worth noting, in Frozen Throne, where she became more of a damsel in distress and an aspect of other people's characters, just in Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. Thank God heal is so cheap. My goodness. So, whoops, wrong thing. Here's a random question for you guys. Does anybody mind giving me their opinion really quick on something? Stream-wise. It's just something that's been bouncing around in my head a little bit recently. Hey, Nina's finally level 9. Woo. We now have Cure 2. Oh my god. You take life! Oh, that's a big upgrade. We'll take that. You take life! Gotta keep taking life. You take teardrops. Yeah, that's what I do every day. So something some streamers do and get away with is they stream games in ways that I can only refer to as long and boring. Imagine, for example, streaming a challenge run of a game where you have to go grind for, let's say, 5 hours in order to get to the level you need to be at in order to progress to the challenge run. Now, they get away with that because they have less, let's call it throughput, than I tend to have. You know, I stream 7 days a week, and I stream a whole lot of games. They don't mind streaming one game for a month. God damn it. So I suppose that's sort of my overall question there is, where's your thoughts on that kind of a concept? Because there's quite a few streamers out there like that. They're also bigger than me, although that's not saying much. No, yeah, it's exactly that kind of thing, Doctor. I mean, okay, I'm not talking about the people who stream Fortnite all day, every day. That's a little different. No judgment, but you know what I mean, right? There's some people who they just stream one thing, and that's their one thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people who, for example, would never cheat in Breath of Fire 2 for the Breath of Fire 2 review we're about to do. Because they would do it the long way. They would take their time and grind and grind and grind and grind and grind, all on camera, for days in order to get through one game. And that's kind of the distinction there. By the way, hi Eon Dragon. Happy New Year's. I do hope the mod goes well. And yes, I know exactly how rough making pixel art is, so I hope it goes well for you. God, they hit hard. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. But then again, I also tend to think of time as a zero-sum game. Because it is. All time spent on something is time not spent on something else. So, you know, I've said many, many times my goal is always to not cheat when it comes to a video game. But I also have absolutely no hesitation about pulling that cheat flag if I feel it's needed. Like we'll be doing with BOF too. It's so aggressive. You take herb. You take life too! You take acorn! Yeah. Hey Cody, Happy New Year. And thank you for the sub, as always. Yeah, time is the non-refundable currency. That's a great way to put that, Dark Prince Roman. Time does not come back. Also true of Pillars of Snow. Most people do not do my system of funding. And maybe that's why they don't do it. Maybe they want to take their time without having to worry about a schedule. I don't know. That's a hell of a compliment, actually, Game Geek. I'll take that. Cody, as a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things, not just 1. Speaking of. If you want to. And meanwhile, I gotta fix the UA bot. There we go. Either way, I will at least put it towards Black Ops 1. Now, I'm with you on that, Meta Shinryu. I think that's going too far in the other direction, right? Like, for example, if I just spent every day like, if I spent today streaming BoF 1, and then tomorrow I moved on to BoF 2, despite almost assuredly not having beaten BoF 1, that's, no. And I have seen a few streamers pull that trick as well. Oh god, yeah, we cheated on Spiritfarer, and remember, that was still a 30-hour game. With cheats. Just, oof. I mean, if you want to get technical, I haven't started reviewing Star Trek yet. I was hoping to do that during this particular Dark, and then I spent 2 weeks making the FF2 rewrite. But, yeah, Lufia 1 was only 3 streams. It could have been a lot more. A lot more. Yeah, I don't want to think about what some of the games we've played without cheats would be like. I mean, just within the last year, we had Dragon Age Inquisition, Spiritfarer, and of course, Kingsfield 4. Could you imagine? Could you imagine what Kingsfield 4 would have been like if we hadn't cheated? What I find funniest is I got a random comment on YouTube saying, you should play this again without cheating. That way you'll be able to actually enjoy the game. I know, Ross. It'll be the last time I watch it. Did I tell you we finished everything except for First Contact for the Trek lore run? Yeah, my answer was... You know what? That's fair, Dark to Winter. So, Insurrection is such a weird film. Insurrection really is Generations, but more. The good parts really are good. Like, the good scenes, the chemistry between the cast, and some of the dynamic between individuals is really good. Honestly, the Riker and Troy stuff was some of the best part of Insurrection. Which is funny. Yes, that's the one, Burroughs. Which is funny because if you remember, those are only in the first 20 minutes of the film, and then that whole connection goes away for the rest of the film. So enjoy that for what it's worth. But the story of that movie is so goddamn terrible. Like, the writing is so bad. Oh, man. No, Trihexy, absolutely not. I love my nieces to death, but they're not co-stream material for many reasons. And I'm pretty sure they'd all get bored of doing something like this for that period of time. Alright. Fight time. I'd say Clone Wars Season 7. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do with that. Oops, I keep doing that. So anyways, Insurrection, like, just... I don't want to go down the list again, but the person I was doing the lore run with basically had an aneurysm at how mind-bogglingly bad the plot is. Like the central plot, the MSQ of Insurrection is. Just holy crap. And then we got to Nemesis. Nemesis was actually worse than I remembered, if you can believe that. The amount of nonsense and time wasting and purposelessness that film has is legitimately hard to properly put into words. Like, yeah, and what happens to Troy, which I'm just going to not talk about if that's okay with you, but that is legitimately the worst scene of that entire terrible, terrible, terrible film. Well, like, think about this for a second. Think about this guy being thankful that, say, hey, let's take their weapons. Do you want me to lead you to them? Yes, please. Think for a moment about the fact, step in here while I open the secret passage. Sure. Oh, no. They fell for it. That was easy. Pog will have a nice snack. Boss time. So, they're having a big, dining get-together. And I don't remember if it's on Earth or not, but it might as well be Earth, right? So, core Central Federation territory, okay? Just really put that into your mind. Okay, so, we're back on Earth. We're having this big dinner thing. Wesley is there, never explained. Let's just move past that. All the dialogue is badly written and terrible. And as they're leaving that, as in literally hours after they're leaving the reception, they suddenly detect, within nearby sensor range, B4. I honestly don't have to go past this point to really explain how stupid that is. But the Enterprise magically detects B4 on a nearby planet, which is in sensor range of Earth. They're the only ones who detect this. They're the first ones who detect this. And that other planet, which is in nearby sensor range of Earth, I'm going to keep emphasizing that point, has a whole pre-warp civilization just hanging out there, which they know very little about, of course, because a species that's so close as to be a hop, a skip, and a jump from Earth is something they never studied or looked into before. And that is the level of storytelling that Nemesis has. That is the level of care and craft that script has. I mean, hell's bells, I'm pretty sure we, in real life, could get, like, live footage of that planet with the Hubble telescope from Earth. Never mind Star Trek. We're running a little low on mana. Oh, God, Russ. Anyways. It's so bad. But yeah, sorry. So what did they think? So Generations, they loved the intro. They didn't even notice some of the flaws of the intro. They were with it. They were engaged. They were on the edge of their seat. And then, you know, the big moment happened and they were just like... And they agreed with me. It was such a perfect way for that to go. It was exactly how that should have been. Perfect send-off. No complaints. And then the moment the rest of Generations started, that went away. And I know several people like Generations, including, I believe, you. But, oh man. Generations falls apart so quickly. And they did not like anything in the rest of Generations, but the biggest comment they had to give was that Data was nothing but irritating. Like, Data actually reached the level of get off my screen in Generations. And, you know, honestly, vibe. He had some good scenes. This is revolting is still a good scene, and I stand by that. But he very quickly hit irritation levels. And yeah, the Lifeform song was also good. But yeah, the Data's arc and the disconnect there, the because plot all over the place. You're not getting away with this, Warrior. Hey, it's Bo! Our third party member. I came in from the back and rescued the chief while you kept them busy. You want to fight? Let's go, you and me. Sure. Anyways, why not? Let's go ahead and do... Actually, hang on. Let's change our strategy slightly, shall we? Let's do a test. I know I'm gonna want an acorn here. Did they like Insurrection? No. They liked a couple of scenes in Insurrection. In fact, I think I already told you all of them. But otherwise, no. Ow. So that's 20. And that's also 20. Damn. Wait, what? Really? Apparently lunch is here. Yeah, I know, right? Ultra Gorth, it's like, really, dude? Well, anyways, since lunch is here and it is my lunch break, I'm gonna pause in the middle of this thrilling boss fight. I'll be back in a bit.